Liverpool, the home of the Premier League champions, the home of the Beatles, the home of Paddy the Baddie. And tonight, Liverpool is home to another live Box Nation Fight Night, lights out, live from the Liverpool Olympia. I'm Ollie Bessel. I'm joined by Trinity Entertainment Boxing's Dave Nelson and Warren Boxing Management's Alfie Warren. Dave, let's start with you. We're in your home city.
This is my home city. So happy to be here. So happy to have the prestigious Box Nation here as well. Really been looking forward to this for a long time. You just got to look at the fighters we've got on the card. It's absolutely amazing. We've got Ryan McMillan, we've got Lewis Molyneux, we've got Kurt Wiggins, we've got Ethan Brown, we've got a lot of people from Liverpool. You only have to look at the gyms as well. Look at the prestigious gyms we've got here. Joe Gallagher's coming here. Mikey Talon's going to be on it as well. It's absolutely amazing. Four corners. The great Solly. We've got loads and loads of gyms here as well. And you look at the fighters that we've got on the card. I think the fans are in for an absolutely brilliant treat. I'm just happy to have you here in Liverpool.
We're very happy to be here. We were talking off camera. You entered the venue tonight. You said this is the best I've ever seen Liverpool Olympia look.
Yeah, let's just take a look around. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. We've packed out the top two tiers, but then look at the production. Look at the screen that we've got behind us. The boxers are going to come out to an amazing sound system, go down the walkway into the ring, do the ring walk with the music blaring out, with all the signs and everything here. It's just absolutely brilliant. And not only that, you look around the sides of the ring, it's absolutely brilliant. It's just set everything up for an absolutely action-packed night. I'm hoping to entertain everybody at home.
Well, Alfie, Dave Nelson is excited. Are you excited to be back in Liverpool?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is one of the best fight cities there is in this country, if not the best. All, you know, they come out, they, you know, support their own. They always come out in masses as well. You know, since Box Nation's been launched, we've been, you know, we launched in Liverpool, you know, and we wanted to go one bigger than that. You know, we've been speaking to Dave. Dave wanted to come here, you know, and we brought Box Nation for Dave to do it. And you know, the fighters that we got on, we got such great talent. I mean, I know Dave's just listed a load off there what we got, but you know, and most of these guys, they're on the cusp of, you know, big promotional deals, and you know, it's such a pleasure. This you know, is the equivalent to our London's York Hall. You know, so much history here, everything, you know, around it, and you know, when this gets packed out, like what Dave said, you've got the top, the middle, everything packed out. You hear the noise here, Ollie. Honestly, it's deafening. And you know, to bring the Box Nation back to Liverpool yet again, it's going to be something special. You touched on the relaunch of Box Nation. Actually started in Liverpool, going back to the middle of last year, but the live events have advanced so much since then, haven't they? Yeah, absolutely, they have. And I mean, you know, how it has evolved, you know, the production wise and all that. You know, Dave was, you know, the first promoter here to bring Box Nation back. You know, Knowsley Leisure Centre, it was fantastic. We've got one bigger now, and you know, you look at it now compared to what it was. It's been brilliant, Dave, and you know, we're going to be up here a lot more. 100% going to be up a lot more. There's so much talent here that's got to be unearthed, so much talent that's got to get out regularly, you know, and you know, Dave's the man. He's going to be the one delivering it for these guys. And Dave, we look at the big Queensberry shows in Liverpool. Obviously they've had shows that have been built around Nick Ball recently, but in terms of small hall boxing in Liverpool, there's a massive market for it, isn't there? Absolutely massive market. We could have filled this card twice over, the amount of fighters we had contacting us to try and get on this, because they knew the setup that Box Nation bring. They know it's prestigious. They know what the people are going to get when they come to see these shows. So we could have easily filled these cards. We just I want to bring it back again. I'm not being selfish and taking us away from the South, but I want to bring it back again. I want to bring it back to Liverpool, because this really is a fighting city. Like I said, you look at all the gyms we've got. You've got Sean Arkrite that's going to turn up today. He's bringing the whole of Everton with him. It's going to be absolutely jumping when he walks out as well. So there's just so much going on here. It's going to be brilliant. Liverpool is the city for it. And Alfie, before we run down the card a little bit, just touching on Box Nation coming back to Liverpool, the plan with Box Nation for the back end of this year and early 2026 is to take it on the road more. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's going to be different cities, different venues, you know. I mean, we've been doing it regularly at York Hall, and I know Dave's been going to me like that, and we've had some special nights at York Hall, the noise. Get up to Olympia. We're going to do one better and all that, right? But that's what we want. We want variety on the channel, you know. We want to showcase all the fighters from around the country, and you know, we're going to be up here a lot more, other cities a lot more as well, and you know, it's exactly what it's going to be. We're going to take it on the road. It's going to be a road show. You know, we've done really well since it's been launched. You know, we've been to different territories, abroad, all that sort of stuff as well. But you know, time to travel around the country, and I know that Dave wants to put his flag in the mark in Liverpool, and I think, you know, he's going to be the man to, you know, bring these guys their exposure for Box Nation as well. And you know what, fully deserved.
Dave, let's talk to you a little bit about the card, because I know you're very, very excited about tonight. But listen, let's start with a Queensberry fighter, Walter Fury, the next generation of Team Fury on the card tonight. We're keeping an eye out for Tyson. We don't know whether he's going to arrive or not tonight, but we certainly know Walter's going to be here. How exciting is it to have a member of Team Fury, a member of the Fury family on the card tonight?
You know what? When we started talking and we were planning this out, to actually have Walter Fury on here was absolutely amazing. You could even see the buzz that we had at the weigh-in yesterday of everybody being around. And like you said, we might get a little spotting or a mention from the main man who might turn up as well. But having Walter on the card, it's bringing those people through, which is what we want to do. And we're bringing it to small hall boxing. And we call it small hall, but when you look at the setup that we've got here, it sort of touches on a little bit more, don't you think? Absolutely. So yeah, having somebody like Walter on here as well, and he's going to put on an app. When speaking to him yesterday, he wants to put on a show. He wants to make sure he brings more fans as well. So that's all we want. So having somebody like him on the card is absolutely brilliant.
And Alfie, you've been around the Fury family since the start. You've been around Tyson Fury since the early days. How exciting, how proud are you to have the next generation on this card tonight?
It's brilliant. It's brilliant for him. You know, he's signed with Queensberry. You know, the packed schedule they've got, the packed stable they've got. You know, sometimes they don't get high up on the card, you know, and they do their apprenticeships on the, you know, on the undercard of those shows, you know, lower down on the card, which is right. You've got to learn your, you know, do your apprentice on there. But, you know, coming onto these shows, you know, he's one of the main attractions, if not the main attraction. Do you know what I mean? So it gives him a taste of when he goes back onto those Queensberry shows, you know, he's not going to be overawed, or should I say, you know, he's not going to be phased when he walks through the bright lights and all that, you know, being a Fury and all that. And it is tough because, you know, carrying that Fury name, you know, there's a lot to live up to. And you've seen all the families and all that, you know, Tyson spearheaded the whole lot of it. And it is, you know, a big name to live up to. But, you know, cards like this, what we're doing here as well, gives him, you know, the exposure, gives him the platform and all that. All eyes are going to be on Walter Fury tonight. And, you know, it's going to be brilliant because, you know, he puts in a good performance here, eyes on him. You know, he goes further up that card, he develops more, and you know, that's exactly what this is all about, you know. And it's brilliant, you know, Queensberry putting their fighters on here because it just gives them that boost, you know. But when they do go onto those big shows, you know, they're more well known, they can get into the bigger fights, and you know, it's brilliant. And I can't wait to see him in action tonight. I hope he puts on a great performance, which I'm sure he will.
We're excited to see Walter Fury. Queensberry fighters aside, because we know what they bring to the table. We know Dave's excited to showcase the local talent tonight. Give us a little insight on who we should look out for.
Well, for me, there's lots of talent. I think Sean Arkrite, we know he just went abroad and had a fight. He's going to come in now. He's on the block one. I think he's really looking to push on. We've got to look at Matthew Renie. Remember that fight against Sean Oates as well?
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. He's on a comeback trail now. So
that's it.
You know, straight onto the bigger platform as well. You know, he had a good run out last time. Have a nice little tune up again now, and he'll be getting back into title fights, you know. And I know Dave's been like looking after as well. Oh, I like the look of Kurt Wiggins as well. Louis Molyneux. Dave will tell you a lot more about them.
Yeah, so. Definitely. No, we've got Kurt Wiggins, ABA champion. Can you remember that fight with Karim?
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
That was one of them where I love your call. I know I talk about Liverpool, but there's only certain venues you can go to where the hairs on the back of your neck stand up when you're watching a fight, and that was one of them. So we've got Kurt. He's making his way up after this 6th rounder, which he's in a tough one, to be fair.
Yeah, definitely.
His opponent's going to come forward for him, so he's looking to move on. Then we've got Liverpool's own, as he says, Merseysider, Lewis Molyneux, who again, he's going to do a 4. He did a 6 before. He's looking to move on as well and look for those big fights that we want to put people in with. We want to do those 50-50 fights. There's another fighter that's opening up the card, which I don't want anyone to miss. So please stay tuned. Ethan Brown. wow. He's training out of 4 corners with John Gillies, absolutely brilliant boxer, looking to see how far he's going to go, and I think he's another one that can push on as well. So now when I look at this card, I see so many fighters that I think can do it. And you know, we can't forget obviously the Queensberry. I know you said we got Lucas on it as well, going to be brilliant. He's really excited, speaking to him yesterday. So there's a lot of talent here. I think we've got a lot of people that are just on the cusp and want to push on, or people like Matthew Renie that's looking to go again. We only have to look at the fight that Sean's got at the moment, hasn't he, off the back of that?
Absolutely.
Renie was only 2 fights away.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
This is it.
And that's what it's all about now. They've just got to grab their opportunities now. And, you know, they're chomping on the bit. They're behind us now. They want to push us on also. We'll crack on with the show.
So I mean, everybody's ready to go in here tonight. I'm going to keep you two where you are for just a moment, because before we get to the action tonight, Warren Boxing Management and Trinity Entertainment Boxing would just like to send our heartfelt condolences to Diogo Jota and his brother, who sadly passed away recently. We're just going to take a moment to remember them. It's time to get into the action and time to throw to our MC, Mark Burdis.
Welcome to viewers of Box Nation, the channel of champions. Please welcome into the ring from Brazil, Jonatas Rodrigo Gomes de Oliveira.
And from ringside, a very good evening once again, everybody. From myself, Paul Dempsey, Richie Wardle is alongside me tonight, live from here at the famous Olympia in Liverpool. The Box Nation YouTube channel. First fighter into the ring, all the way from Brazil, Jonathan Rodrigo Gomes de Oliveira.
And please welcome into the ring from Liverpool, Ethan Barrow.
So 120 years old, this venue, still going strong, stitched into the fabric of life on Merseyside. Magical place of showbiz entertainment and a rich boxing history to go along with that. It never changes, never loses its charm or grandeur. And tonight, a bunch of prospects from the Mersey area looking to honour that
Ladies and
tradition.
gentlemen, our first bout this evening is a 6 3-minute rounds contest in the lightweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 6 wins and 28 losses, weighing in 9 stone, 12 pounds, 2 ounces, and tonight he wears the black shorts with gold trim. Please welcome from Brazil, Jonatas Rodrigo Gomes de Oliveira. And across the ring in the blue corner with an unbeaten 7 wins, 3 by way of knockout, weighing in 9 stone, 11 pounds, 6 ounces, and tonight he wears the red shorts with white trim. Please welcome from Liverpool, Ethan Brown. Your referee is Jamie Kirkpatrick, now giving his final instructions.
Okay, boys, you both know the rules. Keep the punches up, watch your heads on the inside, obey my commands at all times, defend yourselves at all times. Touch gloves, go to your ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
So we had the hard sell at the top from Ollie Bessel, which we didn't really need, to be very honest with you. The action is sure to speak for itself tonight. Underway, and a brisk start to the evening, with the sunshine still blazing out of the sky outside, but the crowds have been making their way up from the Mersey itself, up West Derby Road, and they're beginning to filter in here to the Olympia. Ethan Brown, the southpaw in the red. This is pro fight number 8 for Ethan, and just beginning, Richie, to emerge as a hard-hitting prospect. I was actually backstage watching him warm up, and it was the sound of the punches he was throwing rather than the actual delivery which caught my ear rather than my eye, to be honest with you.
he's an impressive puncher, I think, Ethan Brown. But I also like his skills, his general ring craft, and the way he conducts himself in the ring. He's impressed me throughout his career. Only his 8th fight, but he's very, very skillful, southpaw. And like I say, he can dig a bit. And he's in against Gomez de Oliveira, who doesn't get stopped, Paul. It's his 11th contest this year. And he's only been stopped, 3 times in the 28 defeats that he's had. So he's tough. So this could be a perfect match for Ethan Brown.
Brown found him underneath the left. He went for it again there, underneath the left elbow. Stylistically, it might be said that this shapes quite well for Brown tonight, working in behind that peppering little right jab, and again he goes underneath, Richie, to that left side of the rib cage, and to his credit, De Oliveira's walked through the first 3 that have landed.
Yes, he has. He's awkward, he's unorthodox. Sometimes his feet come very square and he tries to land the right hand, and that's what he's trying to do. There it is there, look, so he's trying to do that against the southpaw. But Brown, like I said, he's very accomplished southpaw, and he works the body really well. And you've said it, Paul, you hit it on the head. That right hook downstairs, that could be the shot that could pay dividends here against a tough man in front of him. But the body shots, yeah, they could be the difference here.
So far, De Oliveira's wearing them well. It's a graphic description you've often used on shows that we've worked together, Richie, the way that the professional fighter's body hardens with use and practice, and it's almost in this opening round, 11th fight of 2025 from Gomes de Oliveira, as if to say to Ethan Brown, listen, it's just another day in there. I'm taking these shots every day at the moment.
Yeah, he's a tough cookie, no doubt. But the hook has impressed me from Brown, though, to the head and to the body. But he's just got to keep behind his boxing also and set those punches up.
Bear in mind that was the first round in a pro ring from Ethan Brown in 2025. Back in action tonight for the first time since late November 24, when he beat Kevin Tirana with a 6-round stoppage here at the Olympia. So at least he obviously knew the way here and knows what to do once we get underway.
Well, it is only his first contest of 2025, so you know, he's had a little bit of a break, and he doesn't want too many of those type of breaks, 6 to 7 months. He wants to keep busy. But like I've said, he's a very skillful boxer, and he got a bit of power behind him, and this could be the perfect match for him, because he might get a few rounds under his belt, and he can work this guy.
Corners, 10 seconds.
As they come.
Seconds out. Round 2.
Jamie Kirkpatrick brings them out for round 2. Ethan Brown showed the classier work, but he's a busy, match-fit Brazilian, this. Jonatas Rodrigo Gomes de Oliveira.
Well, Brown there just threw a lovely left uppercut to the body. It was a cracking shot. And de Oliveira, he acknowledged it. It was a good punch. So he's got good variation, works well with his jab. Look at these punches going in with that left hand. But then he'll switch the attack with that hook to the body, and then he's brought that left uppercut through. So, yeah, he's a good all-rounder here, Ethan Brown. Like I said, I'm impressed with those skills.
Stopped the last 3, Richie, before tonight. Has Ethan Brown. The run actually started also here at the Olympia against Casey Bradnam, February of 2024. So it's very much a home game, to use the footballing analogy, for the man in the red and white with the liver bird stitched into those trunks, and a very fetching little gold sequin effect as well. Looking the part. Much said pre-show by Ollie Bessel and our promoter here tonight, Dave Nelson, along with Alfie Warren for Warren Boxing Management, Rich, about the potential for some of these Liverpool fighters in this great era again for the game in Liverpool. The possibility that they too can follow the lead of the stars, some of whom may be in attendance tonight, who've really prospered over the last few years. And, you know, for Ethan Brown, that to me is also a possibility, and he can win more fans here tonight.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, Paul. Again, some good boxing skills from him, and it was a lead read right uppercut, and there it is again through the guard of his opponent. So he's got, like I said, good variation, decent boxing skills, and doesn't want to get too carried away with throwing too many heavy shots. Just set these punches up. Boxing like that was nice, just making the opponent miss and then making him pay. Good work again, lead hand, and the backhand comes through. One or two little signs as early as the second round here, Richie, that the weight of punch is beginning to make its effect felt. Gomes de Oliveira just slowing down a little bit. He either gets in close and tries to stay there, or he goes on the outside, but he can't really box on the outside, can he? And he seems to know that as he fired in that uppercut of his own, but he's been out-punched and outworked at the moment by Ethan Brown, and it's a pretty impressive second round. Yeah, it is indeed, and I think de Oliveira, he realises he just can't outbox his opponent from distance, so he's trying to get up close, whipping shots like that. But he's got a very capable man in Ethan Brown in front of him, who's just totally outboxing him at the moment, and this has been a really impressive second round.
I concur. Cool, measured, very, very confident, and it's a great show opener from the Liverpool perspective so far from Ethan Brown.
Yeah, his corner will be really pleased with that performance in that round there. Some lovely work straight through the middle there. Look at that for a lead uppercut, cracking shot. That is. His opponent comes back though, wants to stand toe to toe and trade occasionally. But I thought Ethan Brown then just went to another level in that round, and that was pretty impressive.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Very well ordered corner, Ethan Brown.
Seconds out.
The blue of the
Round 3.
home fighter here.
I think he's having his 7th contest at the venue, isn't he, Paul, apparently? So
In all, yeah.
Yeah, incredible. So it is really a home from home for him. Knows this venue inside out in his home city. And you can see, I mean, you can see he's pretty happy with what he's doing. He's boxing really, really well. Listening to his corner, I heard his corner in that round, in between the rounds, say, just stick to your boxing, keep that going. And that's important, that he doesn't get too carried away with throwing bigger shots. You've got to keep the boxing going, and the big shots will then follow.
One of the questions up the road, Rich, might just be which division is going to suit Ethan Brown better, because on the scales yesterday, 9 stone 11, and here he comes now, beginning again to pick holes in Gomes de Oliveira. De Oliveira did really well to get away from that red corner very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, just showing a few signs of just distress there. De Oliveira just got caught with a good shot, and he showed it.
Any insight, Richie, on that for us, from the point of view this slated at super lightweight, of course,
yeah.
but you know he's not that far away from lightweight, is he?
No.
My question then would be, has he quite got the speed to match some of the speedsters in the lightweight division?
Well, this is it, Paul. Which one will he settle in? Obviously, at 24, he's still going to mature, and he'll probably fill into the super lightweight division. And if he can make lightweight, then you know he carries a bit of power with him, doesn't he? So there's not a lot on him though. So who knows? But lightweight or super lightweight, yeah, I think he can pose a threat to most boxers out there from Britain.
How about some of the rivalries? It just in the Merseyside area, Richie, that could be up the road, and they would certainly fill a venue like this with so many talented fighters. Some on the card tonight. We won't lay out the whole pattern just yet, but I'm sure regular viewers on the Box Nation YouTube channel will be familiar with some of the names and some of the emerging talents. Don't want to spoil it for everybody.
I think a great fighter when I was about was Shane Neary. He was around that division, wasn't he? Yeah. I think light welter, super lightweight, and a cracking fighter. Yeah. He was very exciting. And yes, Liverpool has another one here who's He's not too bad at all. And again, it's against an opponent who is much. He's the better boxer in terms of the skill, but this guy's tough. He's making him think. He's making him work. That's why his corner keep reminding him: stick to your boxing, break him down.
Little nick on the right eye of Gomes de Oliveira. It's actually high on the cheekbone rather than affecting the eye itself, and he doesn't look over-perturbed, but he continues to take some decent shots through that round, and this is a very impressive start from Ethan Brown here tonight.
There were some good skills at the end of that round for Ethan Brown, because he actually made de Oliveira miss with 2 or 3 shots, and then he came back right at the end of the round with a couple of nice simple 1-2s straight down the pipe. Good work, listening to the corner. That was that lead up again from him. So he's going through the variation. There's the lead uppercut again. What a super shot that was, and those were the distress signs that we spoke about from de Oliveira. Gets caught there, look, so this guy's still dangerous, he's still in there, and like I say, it's a decent workout up to now, but Brown is boxing very well.
1 or 2 little moments of fallibility
Corners,
defensively,
10
perhaps.
seconds.
But he does set out his stall very well. I think the most encouraging thing so far tonight, Rich, is we're looking at a 24-year-old.
Seconds out.
And in this
Round 4.
kind of stage, one is looking for development.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Lots of good signs here from him.
Back on your boxing there.
Yeah.
Call it out to him from the corner. Work off the boxing.
Yeah. It's lovely because he's actually setting these attacks up, you see, behind that jab. So what he's doing is measuring the target, measuring the gap between himself and his opponent, and then he's bringing the uppercut through the middle. So it's very good boxing indeed, and it's all behind that lead hand, and that's the important thing behind his boxing. Listening to his corner again.
A little bit of head work. Both protest that it was accidental. I'm just looking at Richie to see if he thinks the same. No, Richie's raised his eyebrows.
Yeah. Well, I think there's always a problem when you have orthodox and southpaw boxers with the lead leg and one's coming forward, and it's if you're inaccurate with your work or your opponent is, someone's going to fall in, and that's when the heads are going to clash. But at this stage now, this is better now from Ethan Brown. So his corner are probably just a little bit concerned about his opponent's head because he's coming forward and he's not that accurate, de Oliveira. So when he misses, then he falls in, and that's when a head clash can occur. So it's up to Ethan Brown just to keep his distance, maintain that gap, and keep those punches nice and straight. And then he can measure then for the bigger shots, the bent arm work.
1 or 2 little suggestions, Richie, halfway through this 4th round, that Brown is starting to put a bit more into some of these shots as well.
Yeah, he may be looking just to put a bit more power
Like
on the
that
shot.
one.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot again. Set
And
up
again.
behind, yeah.
I love the way he comes back around and goes again,
Yeah,
do you?
yeah, very good indeed. And set up again behind his lead hand.
Not admiring his own work,
No.
and again, same again, and the pressure starts to build on Gomes de Oliveira. Very impressively indeed from Brown.
And this is when probably he needs a couple of hooks to the body paw, just to take the attention away from those head shots. But up to now, yeah, there you go. Look, he's listening to his corner. His corner is saying exactly the same thing as what we are, so they can see it as well. But see his movement then off that lead uppercut, then he moves around the opponent rather than moving back. Oh, there's
Lovely.
a body shot. You see, those are the ones, Paul.
Terrific little shot, left hook into the body. And de Oliveira's beginning to show 1 or 2 little distress signals here.
Yeah, he is. But he's tough. You know, he'll give anyone a good workout, Paul, this kid. He's a tough man.
The thing that he's got to be mindful of, and we've seen it a lot in this fight tonight, Richie, Gomes de Oliveira is trying to get close, if at all possible, but he knows he can't claim his man because Brown is bigger and stronger. That's literally on the bell here. It's the first time he's done it in the whole fight, just to try to gain a bit of respite. I think they're mates.
I think they're both enjoying it, aren't they?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, De Oliveira knows he's just been totally outboxed, so the only chance he's got of landing a shot is when he gets up close. So he's trying to drag Ethan Brown into a toe-to-toe battle, but Ethan Brown isn't falling for it. He's boxing well at range, and he can mix it up on the inside as well. So at the moment, he's boxing okay for me.
So a couple to go in this 6-rounder, but live tonight on the YouTube Box Nation channel. The first thing we have to say is that 6 rounds is by no means the limit of the possibilities for Ethan Brown of Liverpool.
Second out.
Been a really good showing.
Round 5.
So far. And there's going to be another little talking to from Jamie Kirkpatrick, the referee. Keep it tidy, they say to Brown.
Yeah, that's all he needs to keep doing. He's working with that jab, you see, and just picking his opponents off, because his opponent then will get frustrated and he'll start coming forward more and more. And that's when the openings and the opportunities will present themselves for him to land the bigger shots. See, so he's just edging forward again here, De Oliveira. Just keep popping that jab and make him come over his front foot. But at the moment, yeah, boxing very well.
Bit of peekaboo here from Brown, as though he's trying to just make De Oliveira reach a bit too much. He knows where the gaps are underneath. And they're just telling him in the corner now, go to the body with the jab as well.
Yeah.
There's some of these excellent hooks that he's thrown to the body. Just missed a little bit with that one. De Oliveira's right, it was around the back a little bit. He doesn't make much fuss over it.
That's what he's got to do. Just keep popping that jab, and that will make the opponent come.
That was
definitely
low.
Yeah, that's a low blow. He's got to watch what he's doing. But I think De Oliveira is tailor-made for the left uppercut as well. So he's just got to try and set that punch. See, no, he doesn't need to be doing that. He needs to get off those ropes, stay in the centre of the ring space, move around the opponent. That's what he's been doing. What he got to avoid the ropes, because that's when De Oliveira will actually try and land a couple of shots, and the elbows can follow through and it can become scrappy and messy. So stay in ring space, centre of the ring.
Having stopped the last 3 before tonight, perhaps Ethan Brown just beginning to become a little bit anxious, as though trying to keep the run going here, Richie, and he's not been quite as accurate for me in this 5th round as previously.
Yeah, well, you know, Paul, I mean, he's totally outboxing his opponent, but yeah, he doesn't want to get carried away. That's why you've got to stick to the game plan, listen to the corner, do it all behind your boxing, frustrate the opponent, break him down, and the opponent will then come over the front foot and start making the mistakes himself, and you'll be able to catch him with them heavier punches.
So far, last 30 seconds, plenty of time for it to change, of course, but so far this 5th round has been slightly better from the perspective of the opponent, Gomes de Oliveira.
Just, yeah, got to watch the heads, you see. The heads have almost clashed a couple of times in this round, and that's a little bit careless from Ethan Brown. He doesn't need to be there trading and risking getting cut. He's outboxing him at mid and long, and I think he should stick to that myself.
Brown's enjoying it, the crowd are enjoying it.
You know what, Paul, like I said, he's been out for a while, hasn't he? So this is a good bout to come back to. He's getting a few rounds under his belt. You know, he's going through the gears, he's listening to his corner, he's enjoying it. So this is a decent workout for Ethan Brown. He's winning every round comfortably, and yet he's in against a scrappy and an unorthodox opponent who occasionally tries to land the odd swing here and there, so he's got to be on the ball. So for me, this is a decent workout for someone who's just coming back after a few months out.
Corner, 10 seconds. Seconds out for the 6th and the final round.
Touch of the gloves as we get going. Largely very impressive work tonight from Ethan Brown. Seemingly well set for a 8th straight professional win.
If he could get a stoppage here, it would be the icing on the cake, to be quite honest, because he's won every round. He's been very impressive. Just got to see this one out now. But if he can force a stoppage, then that would be brilliant for him.
From de Oliveira's point of view, of course, the objective is to steer away through this last round, put it in his record book, and wait for the phone to ring in the morning.
Yeah, well, that's it, Paul. I mean, this is his 11th contest this year, so this guy, you know, he fights every other week almost. So, you know, for him to get through it, he knows he's losing. Well, that was a cracking shot. That little left uppercut then, that was a bit of class, that was, from Brown.
Very classy touches tonight so far from Ethan Brown.
He didn't expect it, you see, de Oliveira. So that was a super punch.
And just trying to stand his ground a little bit more with just over 1:30 to go in the last round. Brown, plant the feet, maybe find a shot with a little bit extra in it.
Yeah.
He's a proper opponent, though, isn't he, Richie?
Yeah, he
Gomez
is.
de Oliveira.
Absolutely. Tough nut he is. And occasionally rather, he comes back with the odd shot here and there, Paul, and lands a good punch.
Rank
So,
number
yeah,
4.
he's tough.
Rank number 4 in Brazil. Again, Brown looking to close the show in style.
Yeah, lovely.
Oh, it was excellent, wasn't it?
Excellent, yeah, very good indeed. And de Oliveira, you know, he throws the odd shot here and there, but he's missing. He's inaccurate with his work. Apart from that one, that was a decent hook. But most of his punches aren't hitting the target. And when he misses like that, then he presents an opportunity for the opponent to come back and score. He missed that one, but nevertheless.
Haven't seen that little look out the ring for a few years, since Billy Joe Saunders.
Yeah.
Real classy southpaw in there right now. On what we've seen tonight, Ethan Brown is a fighter with a future.
Yeah, lovely work. And then just spins off to the side.
And a nice little show and go from Gomes de Oliveira, who has certainly held his end of the bargain up tonight by extending Brown and keeping him busy and giving a great showcase to the skill set of Ethan Brown. Didn't get the stoppage this time, but I think the performance level, again, marked a step up in many ways. Would you agree, Richie?
Yeah, I think so. I think because he's been out, obviously, since November, so he's been out a few months, so he's just brushed away the cobwebs in that contest. But I thought if I was coaching him, I'd be very pleased with what I've seen there. I think he went through the gears very well. His punch selection, his variation was excellent throughout. Good jab, good straight left hand. Then he'll switch downstairs with that hook to the body, and then there's the lead uppercut here and there. So yeah, I think all round, I think it was a good display, and that's a great workout for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scores the contest 60 points to 54. The winner in the blue corner from Liverpool, Ethan Brown.
And smiles all round.
And a round of applause for the brave and gallant Jonates de Oliveira.
Ethan Brown takes every round, takes his 8th straight professional victory, and just does seem more and more like one of the emergent talents in Britain, either at lightweight or super lightweight. That is to be determined up the road. But the talent is considerable, and he has got time on his side. Another really good showing from him tonight.
Come over there, yeah? There you go.
And at ringside, Ollie Bessel is primed now to get a word with Ethan Brown.
Ethan, win number 8 here in Liverpool. Break down your performance.
I thought the start as well. Towards the middle of the fight, I thought I was starting to get to him. Yeah, I thought it was a good performance, and then sort of switched off towards the end. Thought I couldn't have got him out today, but on another day maybe.
He's certainly a tough, durable opponent.
Yeah, not happy the toughest I've boxed so far, like. Yeah.
Back fighting in Liverpool, you love this city?
Yeah, it's the only place I've boxed. I've boxed in Malta once, and then apart from that, I've been in here every other time, so it's like home for me.
And what's next for you?
I don't know. Sit down with John and the team, stay, and see what's next for me. Hopefully something big.
Ethan Brown, congratulations. 8-0 here in Liverpool tonight.
So, Richie, there's likely to be a little bit of a pause in the action from the point of view of Ethan Brown over the much shorter summer break for a lot of these fighters than it used to be, but at the moment there might be a month, 6 weeks. How long would you give him off in that situation, given, as you rightly pointed out, that he's not actually been in proper action so far in 25?
Yeah, so
does he get 10 days?
Yeah, listen, I used to have a good week off after most of my fights. And then get back into the gym and just tick over. And you got to remember, Paul, when you're ticking over, you're not training that hard, but you're working on certain things, and that's really, really important also. So yeah, a few weeks off and then he'll be okay.
System which took Richie Woodall to the top of the game internationally, of course. Here's Mark Burdis as we move on to fight
Ladies
number 2.
and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Bradford, Yorkshire, Jake Pollard.
There are a lot of hard-working survivors in this game, and then there are men like Jake Pollard who've taken it to quite another level. Here he is in fight number 94. He's 33 years of age, the man from Bradford. Only stopped 5 times in a near century
and
of
please
defeats.
welcome into the ring from Liverpool, Mikey, the Omen, Talon!
And introducing the very talented young Mr. Talon, Mikey Talon. And where else than at the famous Olympia here in Liverpool. From the 1920s onwards, boxing was a big part of the offering of entertainment to the people of Liverpool. Bombardier Billy Wells was one of the first stars to appear here. But right up to 2000, Peter Culshaw was a big draw. Many others along the way, and here we are with a young flyweight who has actually weighed only 7 stone 10 pounds, might actually be aimed at the light flyweight
Our next bout
division.
this evening is a 6 3-minute round contest in the flyweight division. Firstly, in the red corner, having his 94th contest this evening, weighing in at 8 stone, 4 pounds, 2 ounces, and tonight he wears the white shorts with the red cross. Please welcome from Bradford, Yorkshire, Jake Pollard. And in the blue corner, unbeaten with 8 wins, 1 by way of knockout, weighing in 7 stone, 10 pounds. And tonight he wears the black, red and gold shorts. Please welcome from Liverpool, Mikey, the Omen, Talon. Your referee is David Mulholland, now giving his final instructions.
Right, boys, don't know the rules. Watch the heads in close, watch the low blows. Protect yourselves at all times. Most of all, obey my commands at all times. Touch goods. Let's have a good fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
There's been a little bit of a beat on the street of the Mersey region about Mikey Talon. It's the first
Seconds
view
out.
for many
On.
tonight, live on the Box Nation YouTube channel for this 20-year-old from Vauxhall in Liverpool, who, according to many, a very capable judge in these parts, has got a great deal of talent. Pro fight number 9 for Talon. Just 7 stone 10 on the scales, Richie, yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe
Slip of a lad.
Yeah, Joe Gallagher's coach speaks very highly of him, doesn't he?
He does
Says
indeed.
Very skillful indeed. And he looks just a baby, doesn't he? But yeah, a very decent professional indeed. 8 good wins behind him. You can see how he's got those wins, doing everything well again behind the lead hand. He's in against a tough kid, this Jake Pollard. We should test him. So this is a good, interesting match, youth versus experience.
Pollard has played now 94 fights into 7 years as a pro. He only turned pro in October 2018. And that, of course, includes the break for the COVID era.
Yeah. And again, I think this is his 10th contest this year, Paul. So, yes, he's very busy indeed. And he's tough. So this, again, should be an interesting contest and sort of a perfect one for Mike Talon to test him.
Early impressions very, very good here from Talon. And doesn't he turn his right hand over really nicely just at the last millisecond, Richie, when he throws that?
And what's interesting as well and what's impressive is occasionally you just see him just take a step back. This is better.
There's a whole sequence of examples of that, the technique in that right hand.
Occasionally just takes a step back. See, there it is again, look, just to maintain the gap. And he's trying to draw the lead of his opponent to make him fall short. That's what little step back's all about. Yeah, he's been well schooled and he has got decent skills, Talon.
One or two little signs already that Jake Pollard is feeling the pressure. Not sure, Pollard, to me, Richie, whether he wants to get close or stand on the outside and wait for the opponent to lead.
Well, at the moment, the pace, you see, is suited for Talon, so he's controlling and dictating the pace. Pollard is just being picked off, and you'll soon realise that. He'll have to get up close and quicken the pace up to put a little bit more pressure over Talon. That's what he's got to do. But by just staying on the outside there, you're just allowing Talon literally to do what he wants to do. And that's why it's been a comfortable round for him.
Comfortable and classy from Mikey Talon early tonight. 6-round scheduled, incidentally. And just picking up on Richie's point, how great it is to see Joe Gallagher working in the corner. He's proven himself to be the strong man we know he has been for many years in this fight with cancer. And Joe, full of grit and determination to keep going, and as busy as ever. It's great to see.
Yeah, good guy and a quality coach, Joe Gallagher. But here's some good work from his young student, Talon, Mikey Talon there, just working very well behind that jab and that right hand over the top. So yeah, I think Joe Gallagher will be pretty pleased
10 seconds, corners!
Boxer's performance in that first round, Paul.
Seconds out. Round 2.
Last words from Joe Gallagher in the corner. You set the tempo to Mikey Talon.
Yeah, that's important, you see, and that's what we spoke about in the first round, how he's dictating the pace, and that suits him. So that's what Joe Gallagher is just reiterating there. You set the tempo, you control it, and he's doing it very well again. Like I say, that jab, and then he steps back and just maintains the gap. That's a sign of a good quality boxer. See then, Paul, you have to ask what can Pollard do different to make it difficult for Talon? Well, he's got to move his head for one. He's got to go from side to side with his head and try and draw the lead and make Talon miss. He's also got to quicken his feet up a little bit. He's a little bit too slow. We know he's a tough guy, but you don't want to be taking shots that you shouldn't be. So he's got to get up close. See, that wasn't bad from him. He nearly got close there with that left hook. But he needs head movement and then close the gap down. That's what he's got to do.
I always think it's great afterwards to get a guy on the end of a defeat against a young prospect, and of course, with every possible respect to him, that has been part of the life history in boxing for Jake Pollard, and they're always very, very good judges. I remember that from years and years ago, so I'm going to be very interested if we can get any information from Jake Pollard after he's been in tonight with Mikey Talon.
Yeah, reverse 1-2 there. You just heard Joe Gallagher mention it. Nice work there again from Talon, just varying his work, not just a straight 1-2, but he reversed it, went right hand first and then finished on his lead hand. But again, setting up, you see, behind that jab, and look at the gap that he's maintaining, and there's that little step back again. So he's, you know, he's boxing into that space, and yeah, that's pretty impressive from young Mike Talon.
Excellent combinations, and the tempo is quickened again. Faster he goes, the better he looks for me.
Yeah, just going through the gears now, isn't he? So he's found the target with a couple of good shots. Now he's going through the gears, so that's nice. And I'm just hearing there Joe Gallagher there just saying back on your jab, so he wants to just get back to that work behind that lead hand again. But this has been he's stepped up again in this round, Paul.
Champs camp on the trunks of the home fighter here in Liverpool. Champs camps guys not always getting the most warm welcome when they come down from Manchester, but Mr. Gallagher's a bit of a special case, and he's got a very special young talent on his hands here in Liverpool in Mikey Talon. Two very, very good rounds of boxing so far.
I think Mikey Talon just went through the gears a little bit here in this round, Paul. He hit the target with a couple of real good shots. There's a lovely jab there. And then starts throwing him downstairs as well. The odd hook to the body. But it was a good sort of change of pace, change of tempo during the round that impressed me there. And he's doing everything behind his lead hand, listening to his corner. So he's boxing very well indeed against a tough guy in Jake Pollard, who, like we said, 10th contest this year already.
10 seconds, corners. Seconds out. Round 3.
Talon began to take it to Pollard in round 2. Looking to take the eye of all our viewers tonight on the Boxing Nation YouTube channel, but also further afield, because I understand there is the possibility of an appearance on the undercard of the history fight upcoming between Canelo Alvarez and Terence Crawford. What an enticing prospect for this young man from here in Liverpool.
Yeah, what an incentive that is, isn't it, for him to perform well here tonight, possibly on that bill. But he's up against an opponent here. He's only been stopped 5 times in the 92 defeat, so he's very, very tough indeed. So what you've got to try and do here for Talon, he's got to try and catch him with that right hand especially, but you've got to try and make Pollard actually throw a shot. You see, now it's hard, it's difficult to get through the guard because he's got both hands up, and that's a difficult guard to get through. So you've got to try and punch as he's punching, make him miss, and then come back with that fast counter. But while he's got the both arms up in the on-guard position, it's hard to actually pierce the guard. So you've got to try and make him miss and then make him pay with the counter.
Punch selection, a key ingredient here from Talon. He looks to have every shot, doesn't he, Richie?
Yeah, he does. He's very skillful indeed. Good punch variation. And he's looking for them openings, and I think obviously Jake Pollard, you know, he's been caught with a few shots tonight, Paul, so he's boxing wisely and keeping those hands nice and tight and just looking for the odd opportunity, but they nearly came back with one there, but they're very few and far between for Jake Pollard.
Been busy recently, has Talon. Last outing only on the 14th of June, scheduled 8-rounder against Jimmy Kibanzange, but he kept it brief and won inside 2 rounds, his first inside the distance victory actually.
Yeah, when you have a talent like Talon, then what he's got to be aware of is, you know, he's way above his opponent in terms of skill. So very often he'll be beating the opponent round after round, and he just doesn't want to get complacent. Then you see, he's just got to keep listening to his corner, keep doing what he's doing, keep breaking the opponent down, and you can't afford complacency to creep in. At the moment, he's doing really well, and Joe Gallagher, you know, he's coaching him very well also. He's got to bear that in mind.
There's an air of confidence, quiet confidence almost behind this young Mikey Talon, I think. And there is absolutely no will to push him along too quickly, Richie, but they are a little bit hamstrung in one sense, because at 20 years of age, he's not actually entitled to fight for a British title, be it flyweight or light flyweight, until he turns 21. So they have to be patient.
Yeah, they do indeed. Whether that applies to the Commonwealth title, I don't know, but I think...
Good point. 10 seconds,
Conor Kelso, I think, is the flyweight champ, I think, for the Commonwealth. He's 13-0, and he's a
Seconds
decent
out.
kid, Conor Kelso. Well, that may be a future contest.
Round 4.
No reason at all not to think big with this young man. This is over 6, remember, tonight. Already past the 4-round stage. And I mentioned the champs camp emblazoned on his trunks, the Joe Gallagher connection also, so he was first taken into the limelight in Manchester. His debut against Sean Jackson in October of 23, also a victory in Manchester against Nabil Ahmad.
See again Paul Talon just controlling the pace, and Pollard gets caught. That was lovely, body and head, switching the attack with that hook. That was a bit of class, that was there. Yeah, just pepper him with the jab, you see, and then all of a sudden there's an injection of pace, and he whips one downstairs, that left hook to the body, trying to get under that right elbow of Jake Pollard, who's playing peekaboo, and it's, like I say, it's a hard guard to pierce. So you have to keep just probing with that jab and try and bring the elbows down and try different things. But that was a good, like I say, and again, look, so he's trying things out. This is better for him now. He's starting to think a little bit more of how to get through that guard.
Bear in mind, everybody, please, he is only 20 years of age.
Yeah, I think, you know what, Paul, spot on. We forget that, don't we? He's just a baby.
But some kids are born with it, Rich, aren't they, you know? And it looks to me like he has that intelligence. Gallagher just urging him to keep the pressure up.
Again, you've got to try and bring him out of his shell, haven't you? And there you go, see? As he goes to throw a shot, then he almost got caught, Pollard, with that right uppercut from Talon.
I really mean this as a compliment, Richie. Not just the age, meaning he's got time on his side, but the true touch of class at all levels of the game, and indeed in many walks of life, is when one looks at somebody doing their job and it looks like they're in control. They've got time when they're doing it. And to me, that screams at me watching him tonight.
Yeah, lovely indeed. He's switching now, so that's showing his confidence, just going southpaw. But what's impressed me as well, Paul, is just his control and maintaining that gap. And that's a sign of a quality boxer there. Again, good work there from Talon. That was that bit of quality that we spoke about. That double left hook body and then the head. Super little combination that was. And thinking of how to get through the opponent who's got a tight guard, listening to his corner, like I've said before. And yeah, that was a decent round and a decent section for him there.
First appearance for Mikey Talon in his hometown here in Liverpool was on the 20th of January 24 at the Echo Arena, now renamed, of course.
Seconds out.
Yeah, that went 4 rounds.
Round 5.
Into the 5th in this scheduled 6-rounder. Keep the curtains closed. That's a great phrase, isn't it? From Joe Gallagher in the corner. Again, let's be clear, Jake Pollard is more than playing his part, isn't he, Richie? Because he's taken a lot of accurate shots, just about doing enough to make Talon think.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, he is an opponent that you can't afford to get complacent against. You know, he's just looking for one opportunity, one shot on the inside. He'll try and whip one over the top. Talon has won every round. He's boxing really well. Switching to southpaw now, so that's showing how confident he is. But, you know, this is professional boxing, Paul. You've got to get the job done. You can't get complacent against anyone in this game.
Pollard, 94 fights. He's going to get the salute when he gets to 100, as all being well he will do. 94th fight tonight. He must know every single arena in Britain at this stage, I would imagine. His last appearance here, Richie, was against one of those other very many talented fighters who emerged here over the last few years, and one you know well, Joe McGrail, and it didn't go very well, I'm afraid, so he's doing better tonight. McGrail stopped him in the first round.
Yeah, McGrail's a very good boxer indeed, him and his brother Peter. They're quality kids, they really are. But Jake Pollard, I should imagine he'll have his 100th contest this year, won't he?
All being well.
This is his 10th contest up to now. Look, the odd little left hook on the inside there from him. Been totally outboxed again, but just comes back with a sneaky shot here and there, just to remind Talon that he's still there.
Already in his diary, 1st of August, trip to Belfast to meet Jack O'Neill. They just want to keep Talon busy over the closing stretch here. He's bringing you down to his level now from Joe Gallagher. I can see that to a degree.
Yeah, so what Gallagher wants, Joe Gallagher, he wants his boxer to maintain that rhythm that he set earlier on in the contest and that tempo. He was boxing really well. He just slowed down a little bit here, Talon has, and that's what Gallagher's talking about. He's not quite happy with that. He thinks he's come down to his opponent's pace and tempo, so he wants to up it again.
It is all important, Rich, though, that he does really run through the line, if I could put it like that, tonight, because he could be against absolutely anything if he goes onto this massive card against Alvarez and Crawford.
Yeah, that's right, Paul. And so, you know, 6 rounds under his belt here won't go amiss, will they?
Because
really?
they can't. I mean, what an experience for the young man, but they can't guarantee a quotes opponent. He might find himself in against a real live wire from Mexico.
Yeah, exactly. He won't have an easy opponent if he gets on that bill. That's guaranteed.
So I think that's really why Joe Gallagher, one eye on that possibility, more than a possibility, I'm informed, just needs to keep the young man totally in focus. Referee
10 seconds, corners.
David Mulholland reminding both that the last round is upon us.
Seconds out. 6th and final round.
I think you'll have to just watch it here also, Paul, Talon, because Jake Pollard, he knows he's lost every round, but he just might have a go here. Might just throw the, you know, all or nothing type of thing and just have a go, Pollard. We may see that from him. Or is he just going to go, read the script and just go through it and get beat on points? But knowing Jake Pollard, he might just have a go here.
I agree. I don't think Talon fans would be unduly concerned. Pollard so far has shown the will to do something like that, but very seldom has he shown the actual, with every respect, again I say this, the technical ability to get his feet in the right place to deliver.
And what's happening now, I think he's been hurt a couple of times downstairs, so he's keeping them elbows tucked in. So it's even more difficult for Talon to get through with those body shots. But he has landed a couple in this round, and I think Pollard has felt them. And that's why it's that crouching style again, bringing the elbows down, and then it's difficult to get through to the ribs for Talon.
There's one other thing to say perhaps about young Mr. Talon here, Richie. We're in 6 rounds. I don't recall him seeing actually drawing deep breath once, do you?
No, I think he's paced himself really well, to be quite honest, and he hasn't looked flustered one bit, has he? He's taken it really well. He's starting to box well again now. But yes, in terms of his conditioning, then yeah, he looks okay. He's handled these 6 rounds no problem.
The Pollard rush didn't end particularly well, did it? But now it's up to Talon. Last minute of this to really finish, close the show in style. Started extremely well. Perhaps a sense that it has tailed off a little bit.
Yes, I think it has, Paul. But Joe Gallagher's tried to address that as well, saying that you've come down to his level in terms of the tempo. So he's picked it up a little bit again. And again, it sometimes, like I say, it can be very difficult against an opponent who just decides to tuck up. He was obviously a tough nut anyway. And then with that tight guard, it's difficult then to break him down and create the openings, really. But I think he's enjoyed it, Talon. Like I said, he's gone to southpaw now. So he's enjoyed it, and he's won every round.
Peekaboo Pollard extending the talented young Mr. Talon over the full 6 rounds tonight. There were so many classy exchanges early on, but Pollard rightly gets the pat on the back in the home fighter's corner, if I could put it like that, because he's played a full part. It's another victory for Mikey Talon. He's let nobody down whatsoever here tonight, but maybe just the sense that the performance tapered off ever so slightly. But I haven't seen him before, and I'll come out of this tonight thinking that is a major talent at the age of just 20.
Totally agree. I think he's got it all. Lovely boxer, maintains that gap, very fit, good punch selection. So yeah, I'd be very pleased with that performance against a tough guy.
Here's Mark Burdis.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scores the contest 60 points to 54. The winner in the blue corner from Liverpool, Mikey the Omen Talon.
Talon takes
and a round
every
of applause
round
for the brave and gallant Jake Pollard.
Well done to Pollard. But here in a venue, the Olympia, with such a history, sampled for the first time tonight by a Liverpool youngster who many believe has the potential to continue this city's magnificent history in producing star names in the lower weight divisions. And that's another step toward a very big future from the 20-year-old Mikey Talon, reminding everybody again he's not eligible to fight for a British title, be it light flyweight or flyweight, until he turns 21. Ollie's speaking to him now.
Mikey, you moved 9-0 here in Liverpool. Break down your performance.
Yeah, felt good, but I felt bad at times as well. Thought in the 5th round was pretty poor. Slowed down a lot, you know. I went sort of to his pace, but then picked it back up in the 6th and started turning the screw a little bit.
Fighting here in Liverpool, though, the crowd were behind you, making noise for you in here. How did it feel for you to be fighting in front of this crowd?
Yeah, you know, it's boss. You can't be beating at your own city, can you? I fought last month in Liverpool as well. Just don't think I can get any better.
We've heard Turkey Al Sheikh say a few words about you. I know there's talk about you potentially fighting on a very, very big card sometime soon. Is that in your eye line?
Well, I know it just as much as everyone else. I just seen that tweet get put out, and hopefully that'll get put on it. Yeah, I'll leave that with the team.
Mikey, congratulations. 9-0 here in Liverpool tonight. We'll speak to you again very, very soon.
Thank you. Well done, boys. I don't think he was happy about that performance.
Please welcome into the ring from Portsmouth, Harley Hodgkins.
Next we're into the super welterweight division, and Harley Hodgkins has made the trip up from Portsmouth.
And please welcome from Douglas, Isle of Man, Matthew Renie.
So off the old Isle of Man ferry into the great port of Liverpool, and now looking to set an exciting new course in his career after encountering some choppy waters at championship level against Sean Noakes. But here comes Magic Matthew Renie, still only 26 years of age, lest we forget. And he knows every nook and cranny here at the old Olympia. Turned pro here, and tonight fighting here for the 8th time.
Our next bout this evening is a 6 3-minute rounds contest in the super welterweight division. Firstly, in the red corner with 4 wins and 2 losses, weighing in 10 stone, 13 pounds, 8 ounces, and tonight he wears the blue and white shorts. Please welcome from Portsmouth, Harley Hodgkins. And moving across the ring into the blue corner, with 15 wins, 1 by way of knockout, 1 loss and 1 draw, weighing in 11 stone, 1 pound, 4 ounces, and tonight he wears the green and white shorts. Please welcome from Douglas in the Isle of Man, Matthew Renie. Your referee is Jamie Kirkpatrick, now giving his final instructions.
Okay, lads, you both know the rules. Keep the punches up, watch your heads on the inside, obey my commands at all times, defend yourselves at all times. Touch gloves, good luck to you both ways.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
Round 1.
Matthew Renie lost the big fight he'd worked 7 years to earn. The English title fight against Sean Noakes. That was at welterweight, of course, his first defeat. Now up in the 11 stone division, weighing just ever so slightly over 11 on the scales at the weigh-in yesterday, in against Harley Hodgkins. He's under 11 stone, 10, 13 and 8 ounces. This is not the return of Renie. He has had 1 back since the big defeat. He restarted in Gibraltar in that card, in that amazing centre out in Gibraltar, on Box Nation's YouTube channel, right at the end of March against Ottavian Garati. Points. It was incredibly comfortable, actually, Richie. They didn't overextend him. This might be a bit livelier tonight, I fancy.
Yeah, Hodgkins, he's fairly decent, isn't he? Just throwing a nice little right uppercut on the inside there. Even though Renie, though, got beat against Noakes, I was quite impressed with him even in that contest. I thought, we know Sean Noakes, is a quality boxer, he really is. But Renie, I thought he acquitted himself fairly well in that contest against Noakes. And he's fairly skillful, Renie. Maybe super welterweight will suit him. he's in against a lively opponent here, so this could be a close one, Paul.
Yeah. Hodgkins has lost the last 2 against Finley James in May on points, and last time out 7th of June. Featured on the card at the home of Barnsley Football Club, Oakwell against Sam Hickey. But just as a matter of record, what I read was he weighed 160, back under 11 stone on the scales yesterday.
Good left up,
and he looks quite tight, doesn't he, Rich?
Yeah, he does indeed. Yeah. There was a good left up to the body earlier from Renie there. Occasionally Hodgkins is just lifting his right hand up to keep it to keep the glove obviously up to his chin, but it's just leaving that body exposed a little bit. He's right. If you look at his right elbow, it just lifts up occasionally, and Renie has found it a couple of times. There it is again. Look, see the elbow just lifts, and Renie spotted that, and he whipped that left up downstairs. So that's a clever spot that from Renie.
Some quality exchanges in this first round.
Yeah, well, again, Renie looking for that left up to the body, but actually got caught from Hodgkins. And caught him as he was coming forward. So, yes, a decent round. Both boxers having a little bit of success here and there.
Nice and sharp, though, isn't it, from Renie? Perhaps Renie has shaded that opening round, Richie?
Yeah, I think so. I think he probably just did enough to win the round. There's not a lot in it, though. But Renie, for me, did the better work. Hodgkins shows that, you know, he's capable on the inside as well. When Renie's looking for those body shots, then he beat him to the punch a couple of times. So, decent round for both boxers. But I thought Renie probably just got the better of it. Let's have a look at some stuff here. Look, there's some decent stuff there from Hodgkins, you see, as Renie's looking for that left up to the body again. And yeah, just quality, simple boxing from Hodgkins there, so that was good stuff from him.
Hodgkins near side to us
Corner,
as we look from the
10
red corner, but very much in the blue and white of Portsmouth, and the Portsmouth FC crest on his shorts.
Check it out. Round 2.
Matthew Renie in the green trunks with a little bit of white flashing.
So he's just showing me something there. That's not a bad shot again from Hodgkins. He's just showing me something there, Hodgkins. The punch he's got to concentrate also is this right uppercut of his. I think Renie occasionally, because he's got a fairly wide stance, Renie, and occasionally comes in a little bit too low. And then Hodgkins has used that right uppercut. I think there might be a cut here. There's a bit of a clash of heads. Hopefully, I don't know. I don't think there is a cut, but nevertheless, there's a clash of heads, and both boxers just rubbing their eyes there.
Yeah, just making sure, Renie, there, wasn't he?
But like I said, the right uppercut from Hodgkins is a decent
Oh, what a
shot.
right hand from Renie.
Yeah, good punch.
That's a real wake-up call for Hodgkins, isn't he?
Yeah,
Just
good
maybe
punch.
got a bit lazy there, Richie. And to me, Renie's looking really sharp tonight. Night and day compared to that comeback show in Gibraltar.
Well, I think what Hodgkins was doing there, he was waiting. He probably waited a little bit too long. And then Renie just stepped in, beat him to the punch, quick off the mark, and caught him with a cracking right hand.
Yeah.
So it was the speed of punch there from Renie that was pretty impressive.
And there is a cut now for Hodgkins. And it had to be caused by the right hand, I think. Hodgkins doing his best to look cool, calm and composed, but Renie closing in now.
Yeah, he's just gone through the gears a little bit in this round, hasn't he, Renie? Caught Hodgkins with a couple of good shots, and he's just upped the tempo a little bit here.
All around the arena, people are saying some shouting already tonight. Renie, keep the pace up, keep the tempo up. There's a little dribble of blood down the side of the face of Hodgkins from the corner of the Hodgkins' left eye. I'm sure it was inflicted by that cracking right hand of Renie. Just the sense that in the Renie corner they don't think that Hodgkins can fight so well going backwards, Richie.
Yeah, that's right. Just got to watch out for the right uppercut from Hodgkins if he's sitting back and brings Renie over that front foot. So he's waiting again, Hodgkins. He's waiting for the attack to come.
Then the little charge. When you're going backwards, Richie, with your feet, your stance as wide apart as that, is that really helpful or not?
Well, for Hodgkins, you mean the way he's waiting. It's okay, Paul, if you can just what we call do a layback and then bring the opponent over the front foot, and that's what I mean by bringing the right uppercut into play then. But occasionally he's waited a little bit too long, and Renie's just seized the initiative and beat him to the punch. He's counter-attacked, really.
I will give Hodgkins the credit for coming through that round in good fashion, really, because after a minute and a half, he seemed to be under a lot of pressure, didn't he?
Yeah, he did indeed. I thought the better quality shots there were certainly from Renie. Went through the gears a little bit. If that first round was fairly close, that second round there was only one winner for me, that was Renie.
Just for about a half of that round, he looked a really classy operator, Renie.
Went through the gears, caught his opponent with a lovely right hand especially. We think that may have brought about the cut. Yeah, that was better boxing there from Renie.
And Richie, from my perspective as a complete outsider, but Harley Hodgkins in the other corner looked really annoyed with himself, almost that he'd been dragged into all of that and knew this is going to be trouble for me.
Well, occasionally, like I said, he waited a little bit too long, and then the surprise from Renie with those fast attacks.
Seconds out. Round 3.
So Hodgkins has paid a heavy price with that cut. But there might be another twist or two in the tail in this fight. It's over 6. Hodgkins now trying to keep it all at close quarters.
I think Hodgkins actually prefers Renie to come to him. One of the problems that Hodgkins has got, Paul, especially when he attacks with his chin far too up in the air. He's got to keep that chin on his chest, especially if he's going forward. That's when you're going to walk onto a shot, especially over the top. He's just got the chin in the air a little bit too much.
There is a lot of target, isn't there, for Renie to hone in on?
Yeah.
Almost spoilt for choice at times, actually. Straight a bit low from Hodgkins. Now he goes southpaw, and then switches again.
He switched Paul, but he's taking a risk there. He's actually switched going forward there. I think there was a head. I think there might have been a head clash there.
I've got to be honest, I'm perplexed about one element to Renie's makeup, because my notes coming into this said Matthew Renie of the Isle of Man, southpaw.
Southpaw.
And we've hardly seen it tonight until now.
Yeah, well, he started off orthodox and then obviously switched to southpaw occasionally. But again, he made the switch there going forward, and he got away with it, because if Hodgkins would have thrown a shot and catches him when his feet come square, if he's coming forward, that's when you can literally walk onto a heavy punch. So you've got to switch, go walking backwards and then switch stances.
Renie from the orthodox stance, closed down by Hodgkins. Waited and waited for that right hand to come, and I think everybody in the hall saw it coming. Missed by quite a long way from Hodgkins.
He's just got to change the angle of it. He's got to use the uppercut more here, Hodgkins, because he's got to try and bring Renie over the front foot. He shouldn't be attacking with the uppercut, but just sitting back and let him come over the front foot and then whip the uppercut through the middle. He could possibly bring him onto that.
We've known one or two tough operators from Portsmouth, haven't we, over the years?
Yeah, and a good lightweight at the moment, a light welter from Portsmouth. His name just slips my mind, but he's Chamberlain.
Mark Chamberlain.
Mark Chamberlain, yeah, he's a quality boxer.
Really on a roll for a while, wasn't he?
There's that contest with Noakes that they were building up for, weren't they? Which never came off. You never know in the future.
Little nod in the direction of Tony Oakey, style-wise, from Hodgkins.
Yeah.
He had a great run for a while, long time ago now.
Tough
Light
kid,
heavyweight.
Tony, yeah, tough lad.
Must be quite tough going into the arena sometimes there.
Yeah, had some great supporters.
Now he does find him with the right hand.
Yeah, decent
Renie
right
took
hand
it
there.
well.
Yeah.
And again, I guess from Hodgkins' point of view there, Rich, you know, given that he was in a bit of trouble, a round and a half ago, it's not going too badly now, is it?
He's come through it well, Paul, to be quite honest, yeah. And there's a good right hand towards the end of the round there. I just think that probably the better quality work's coming from Renie. The punch accuracy probably from Hodgkins is a little bit better. Sorry, from Renie's a little bit better. With Hodgkins, it's a little bit more inaccurate. But nevertheless, I think Hodgkins is still fairly dangerous with that right hand especially.
Corner, 10 seconds.
Really feeling privileged to be here tonight in this magical arena.
Seconds out.
The Grand Old
Round four.
Olympia on West Derby Road in Liverpool. As mentioned right at the top tonight, a lot of very talented young fighters, many of them from Merseyside. But one or two slightly more into mid-career, like Matthew Renie, seeking tonight to get it all going again. And in the early stages, Renie was doing precisely that. But Hodgkins has got a lot of stickability, hasn't he, Rich?
Yeah, he's gradually got back into it as Hodgkins, and he's fairly dangerous. I think Renie's got to stick to his boxing a little bit more. He's been dragged into this toe-to-toe battle here and there, and Hodgkins seems to thrive in that sort of environment, that sort of contest.
This is a more comfortable tempo from Hodgkins' point of view, I think.
And I actually think Hodgkins prefers this type of tempo. You can see the attacks coming, he can slow it down, he sits back, and he waits to bring the opponent onto the shot.
Renie doing his very best to keep working on the inside.
Yeah, decent work from Renie there on the inside. The problem you've got there, though, Paul, when you are on the inside, there could be a clash of heads. You're really risking it. And I think Renie's a pretty decent, skillful boxer. I'd just like to see him concentrate more on that rather than stepping in on the inside and then mixing it up. But that's a decent right hand again from Hodgkins there.
Hodgkins did better that time at close quarter, stopping Renie working.
Again, I think the pace at the moment is just suiting Hodgkins. He's slowed it right down. You can see the attacks coming. Occasionally he steps in and beats Renie to the punch. Renie, for me, has probably just got to up the tempo again. When we have seen him go through the gears, he looks pretty impressive, but he's just allowed Hodgkins just to dictate things in terms of the tempo.
Renie seeking to land one or two big shots right before the end of this round. It's not going to happen, I don't think. To be candid, after one or two rounds I thought we were in for a real firecracker six-rounder, and the fact that we're not looking at a highlights reel from the end of that round tells the story. really, doesn't it, Richie?
No, he's come right back into it,
Yeah.
hasn't he, Hodgkins? He's dictated the pace, he's slowed it down, and he's had a bit of success here and there. I think Renie, in that last round, totally neglected his jab. And like I say, the pace is suiting Hodgkins. Renie, we need to see a change in tempo from him. Get back working behind that lead hand and go to the gears a little bit more and put Hodgkins under a little bit more pressure. That's what he's got to do here.
Richie, would you go so far as to say that Harley Hodgkins is proving himself to be a good spoiler?
I think that's 100% accurate, Paul.
And that's a compliment in professional boxing, isn't it? Be good at what you're good at.
That is a compliment, and he is definitely spoiling things here. See, that's better from Renie there.
Hodgkins is not giving up any ground at all. A naturally strong man at this weight, and as I mentioned, very comfortable on the scales, 10-13 and a little bit. Oh, he's down, he's clipped him with a beautiful right hand. Back to where we started tonight from Renie. And Hodgkins, shaken to his bootstraps, touches down.
7.
Clean, well-timed shot from Renie.
Well, that was a bit of quality, wasn't it, from Renie? Right hand there. And he's going in here for the stoppage. This is better stuff, Paul.
Hodgkins hasn't thrown much by way of an answer. Renie got a bit untidy, and I've seen that from him before, Richie, when he's got his man under pressure. Let's see what happens next. Can he continue the attack and keep it sharp and clinical?
He's got to jump on him here, Paul. He still isn't recovered from that. He's never been stopped, remember, Hodgkins, but he's just allowing him to recover here.
Hodgkins,
Renie, he's got to go for it.
Yeah, Hodgkins cannot get out the way of many of these shots. He looks there for the taking. Still a long way left in the round, half of it to go.
Yeah, that's the corner there saying don't let him off. Matty, come on. That's why he just said, the corner man. Rightly so. So a bit of quality there from Renie. That right hand was a cracking shot. And as the seconds tick by, then it's just allowing Hodgkins just to recover.
He dropped the knee then again, set himself for the right hand, but he didn't deliver it.
No, that one wasn't so accurate. The first one was an absolute peach.
In flashes, a really good showing from Matthew Renie. But Hodgkins is still in there. Throw the really big one from a long way out there. That was just like chucking the cricket ball down the field, wasn't it?
Yeah,
never,
too far
never
out.
accurate.
Yeah, too far out. So again, got to get back behind that lead hand and set the right hand up. Got to get back to his work. There you go. His corner just echoed what I was just been saying. Get back behind the jab.
Hodgkins, who is, in terms of this fight, survives again.
Well, just when we needed to see a bit of quality, Paul, then we got it from Renie, didn't we? What a superb right hand that was. Best right hand of the contest so far. And just showed his quality there, did Renie. Setting up behind his jab also. It was very accurate and a powerful shot. There it is there. What a belting punch that was. Superb. But as the round went on, then Hodgkins just got through it. But this is when I thought that he was going for the stoppage, Renie. Both punches go. Both hands go rather. And he just allowed Hodgkins off the hook, really, but nevertheless, the most impressive
Corner, 10
round
seconds
of the fight so far.
Seconds out for the 6th and the final round.
Bit of housekeeping needed in the corner before we get going in round 6. The final round.
There's that chin in the air again, though, Paul, you see from Hodgkins. As he's coming forward, he gets caught again with a good right hand there from Renie, when he was actually trying to throw one himself. And he just gets caught and beaten to the punch. But the punch is made easier to land with that chin in the air.
Renie has no problem finding his way under that rather slow, ponderous jab of Hodgkins, but not often enough tonight has he exploited the opportunities that come with that.
You can see the confidence in Renie's work now, Paul. Wants to try and go for a stoppage, I would have thought. Again, that would be the perfect contest for him, having won most of the rounds. But Hodgkins did come back into it, didn't he, in that midsection of the contest. So he's made it interesting. And then Renie obviously then gets that 10-8 round before, gets him back on track.
Richie, did you think that Hodgkins had a claim on taking a round or two in the middle of the fight?
I think the rounds were getting closer. I still thought Renie was just ahead, to be quite honest, Paul. But that right hand delivered, then that just seals it for me. But certainly Hodgkins has had his moments, hasn't he? And he's had periods of success in this contest.
Hodgkins a pro since 2021. 3 fights in his first year, 1 in his second pro year of 22, and then 2.5 years out. That's a fair amount of time off the clock when you're 30, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I always think it shows somewhere down the line. Whatever the reasons behind it, there may be incredibly valid reasons for it. But you are racing against the clock a little bit.
Yeah, most certainly. Good little right uppercut again on the inside there from Hodgkins. We spoke about that punch right from the very start of this contest. That could be a shot you'd have success. That was a nice one there from him.
That's a long talking to. That's another 12 seconds off the time remaining and into the last 10. Maybe the message might have been give the old Olympia crowd a real big farewell from Jamie Kirkpatrick. Didn't quite happen. It didn't eventuate as we might have hoped. Fireworks didn't really explode in this last round. One token gesture on the bell from Renie. Doing his best. He shaded it probably, Richie, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so, and that certainly that 10-8 round has got him the win. A bit of quality in the contest from him there. But all through this contest, I thought Hodgkins was well in it, wasn't he? You know, he was dangerous all the way. Made some mistakes of his own, though, that chin in the air. And I think generally overall wasn't as accurate as Renie was, and probably the slightly better quality shots came from Matthew Renie. So for me, he's won the contest, but it'll be interesting to see how the judges have seen it. But for me, that 10-8 probably got at him.
Hodgkins hurt early, he was cut, regrouped very impressively, but then Renie uncaught a beauty of a right hand in round 5. That has to be a 10-8 round.
Yeah, and probably showed a little bit of inexperience, Renie, in just allowing his opponent then literally to dictate the pace and let him off the hook, really, didn't he? But nevertheless, it was a moment of quality, that right hand.
So, interesting verdict coming up from Mark Burns.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scores the contest to 59 points to 55. The winner in the blue corner from the Isle of Man, Matthew "Magic" Renie. And a round of applause for the gallant Harley Hodgkins.
It was not one-sided as the scorecards testify, but Harvey Hodgkins was not able to deliver the rate of work that we saw from Matthew Renie, nor indeed the quality of punch. So it's a deserved victory for Renie. In flashes, he's looked like a fighter who can still go into true 10, 12, potentially 12-round championship class. Bits in the middle, not so effective, but that's not a bad record, is it, at the age of 26 by any means, and the hope that there may well be big fight opportunities still ahead for our winner here, and Ollie is now waiting to speak.
Matthew Renie, win number 16 for you. Break down your performance.
Yeah, it was a tricky opponent. You know, we come with a winning record. Nowhere near like a journeyman or anything. That was a proper fight. Had to be switched on. I know I can do a lot better. I'm with my new team now at Four Corners with John Gillies, Michael, Stephen, all the coaches there. Just want to thank them so much for the work they put in the last 10 weeks. And I'm not going to lie, I don't think it was the best performance. I maybe was looking for the big punches too much instead of thinking about setting it up. But do you know what? A win's a win, and it was a good 6 rounds to get under my belt.
You scored the knockdown in the middle rounds. Did you think you were going to get him out of there?
Yeah, well, after that I had a little flurry, put a good 10 seconds working, and I felt like he started to fire back, and I thought he's not ready, and I don't want to get caught up myself, so I had to be a little bit, pull back a bit, which sort of let him off the hook. But that's something I need to go back to the gym now, and that's what I need to work on. When I hurt them, I need to work on how to get them out, and I know I've got the right corner to do it. You know, John Gillies and that, putting a lot of work in with me. I'm enjoying it down there, and I think there's a lot more to come for me.
Since the fight with Sean Noakes, you got a couple of wins under your belt now. What's the plan next?
Titles, any titles, international, domestic. You know, I'm with a good team to do it as well. You know, Warren Boxing Management. Maybe September. I know there's a show in Malta. My partner James Hennigan, you know, my training partner, he's on it. Maybe get out there and get a title under my belt.
Matthew, win number 16 for you here in Liverpool. Congratulations.
Well done, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Spain, by way of Nicaragua, Darwin Martinez.
We're not hanging around here tonight at the Olympia in Liverpool. Live on the Box Nation YouTube channel, straight into our featherweight 6-rounder. Here's a man known in Great Britain already, Darwin Martinez, based in Spain. He's a Nicaraguan by birth. Very, very seasoned indeed. Last one against Matt Windle in April of 2023. Took Bradley Strand 6 rounds. That wasn't exactly.
And please welcome into the ring from Liverpool, Curtis Wiggins.
So another of Liverpool's own. We're going to call him a young prospect, actually 28, but it's only his 4th pro fight tonight. The former ABA champion, Curtis Wiggins. Of course, red-hot competition even to get a headline in the Liverpool Echo, the newspaper up here in this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up this evening is 6 3-minute rounds contest in the featherweight division. Firstly, in the red corner, having his 44th contest this evening, weighing in 8 stone, 13 pounds 4 ounces, and tonight he wears the pink and white shorts. Please welcome from Spain, by way of Nicaragua, Darwin Martinez. And across the ring in the blue corner, unbeaten with 2 wins and a draw, weighing in 8 stone, 13 pounds 4 ounces, and tonight he wears the black shorts. Please welcome from Liverpool, Curtis Wiggins. Your referee is Mr. David Mulholland, now giving his final instructions.
All right, boys, both know the rules. Watch the heads in close, watch the low blows. Protect yourselves at all times, most of all. Obey my commands at all times. Let's go. Have a good fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
Seconds out, round 1.
Is this to be a moment of opportunity, a moment to emerge from the shadows for Curtis Wiggins? There is a defeat on the record, but there's no doubting the talent, as proven by his excellent success at amateur level. Slated at super bantam, but in and around this, let's say 8, 10 to 9 stone area, there's a mighty pack of quality fighters from this part of the country, led of course by Nicky Ball, a standout, Bradley Strand. There's a young man, Leighton Birchill, featuring on this card tonight, and two of his brothers, William Birchill and his brother Nelson.
I'll tell you what, Paul, Wiggins here, he's not hanging around.
No.
The way he's started off, he's walking his opponent down, he's looking for big shots straight away. And on that lead hand, and this will be quite a scalp if he can stop Martinez, because he's only been stopped 5 times.
Correct, yes, Richie.
In the 33 defeats that he's had, so he's known as a bit of a tough guy, but here Wiggins is really going for it. What a quality shot that was on the inside, little short right uppercut after he delivered a shot downstairs, uppercut through the middle, a bit of quality. And yeah, he's in a mean mood here. Wiggins on that front foot, going forward, closing his opponent down.
Once more a scheduled 6-rounder. Up and down from Wiggins very nicely. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Richie. It's so much more meaningful when you've got, even though they're only emerging prospects, into 6 rounds rather than 4, soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember turning professional, Paul, and they said, you know, do you want to do 4 rounds? And I says, I don't want to do 4 rounds. Get me onto 6 straight away. I think any top amateur is quite capable of doing 6 rounds.
Definitely.
When you're used to 3 threes, then yeah, no problem at all, really. So, yeah, the boxers should be thinking about 6 threes straight away if they're serious. That's how I was, anyway.
Martinez needs to tune in a little bit here for me. Hasn't really started on top of his game. A little bit slow in nearly everything that he's done, and a little bit vulnerable.
Well, I don't think he's expecting the ferocity from Wiggins here. He's on that front foot, he's walking him down, and he's whipping these shots in, and it's his switch of attack for me, head to body, body to head. Very impressed with Wiggins in that first round, Paul. Didn't hang around at all on that front foot, switching the attack, whipping that right uppercut through the middle. That was a belting shot, and another short right hand after that also. So yes, a good positive start for Curtis Wiggins.
So what comes next for Wiggins? Martinez in that corner, they must be telling him, you need to just get your mind in the right place for a starter.
10 seconds, corners!
Could really get out of hand. 33 defeats on the slate before tonight.
Seconds out! Round 2!
Lives in Cordoba in Spain, but I would confidently predict there's not much in terms of the temperature today or in the last couple of days during his trip to Merseyside, between life in Liverpool and life at home in Cordoba.
Well, again, quality work there from Wiggins. Shots across his body to his opponent's midsection, then he whips a punch through the middle again to the head, switching the attack. The ring craft from Martinez is pretty poor, keeps moving back into the corners, so that's restricting his movement also. So things aren't going well for him.
What little that's come the other way, Wiggins has taken very comfortably and got out of the way of most of them. Sharp counters. Nothing wrong with that. Martinez looked to the referee as if to say, could you help me out here a little bit, Mr. Mulholland? I saw nothing in that. Did you?
No, not a lot, but he was probably complaining about the forearm then of Wiggins that he used. But they say the best form of defence is attack, and that's what Martinez has done there on that front foot, and threw a couple of heavy shots. But we're soon back to the same pattern. Wiggins walking forward, looking for these quality punches. And again, Martinez, we know him, don't we, Paul? He's tough. He's fought so many good opponents over here. the likes of Andrew Kane and Jack Turner. I think Jack Bateson and Nathaniel Collins also.
Couple more. Yeah. Charlie Edwards, yeah. Richie, Chris Burke.
Yeah.
Quite a collection.
I mean, Kane got him out of there in 4 rounds, didn't he? But most of his opponents, they go the distance, so he's tough.
So it would certainly be to the benefit of Curtis Wiggins, looking to come out of the shadows a little bit in terms of the publicity surrounding boxing, if he could get him out of there.
Yeah, and he's just got to get his timing right here now, Wiggins, because Martinez, fair play to him, he's starting to throw a few shots himself, and that's when he's going to be left open, and that's when he can get caught with a counter. So Wiggins has just got to set him up, draw the lead from his opponents, and then bring him on to the shot. Try and punch after he's punched. See these opportunities now. You see, I mean, his feet are all square. Martinez, so he's open. And it's just a matter of getting the timing right for Wiggins. Oh, decent shot.
I'll tell you what, Rich, there's something about this Martinez. He was rubbish in the first round. Takes him a while to get going, but now giving 1 or 2 problems for Wiggins to solve. A token gesture at the end of the round from Wiggins, who started really well in that second round, and then at some point a little switch went off. You're nodding your head, aren't you? Suddenly Martinez remembers what he's meant to be doing tonight.
Exactly, yeah. Then it's as if he starts getting immune to the shots. He knows what's coming, so fair play from Martinez. But again, good sequence here from Wiggins. And then we see Martinez come back with the odd shot, and yeah, it may be was it a bit of a push with the forearm? Who knows what he was complaining about?
Maybe that was the moment where he woke up, actually.
Yeah, got him a little bit angry. But he certainly came back with some decent work himself, Martinez.
Don't stir the hornet's nest.
10 seconds, corners!
And like I say, as the contest has gone on, he seems to be getting used to the shots that Wiggins
seconds out! Round 3.
This could yet get interesting. A really sharp, stylish start to proceedings from Curtis Wiggins. Martinez falling a long way behind early. Not suggesting he's going to come back and overhaul this lead from Wiggins, but he might yet make it a bit more difficult for the Liverpool boy.
Well, the challenge here for Wiggins is trying to get the stoppage, because I think he'll outbox his opponent. You know, he's winning on points, but to stop him, that's different, because this guy doesn't get stopped very often, only been stopped 5 times. So to get a stoppage, that would be the challenge now for Wiggins. He's certainly got the measure of him. He's the better boxer, but this guy is rugged, isn't he? And he's tough.
He's the kid in the playground you want to be friends with, isn't he? Arriba in the Martinez corner. And now Wiggins is having to show that he can do a bit of defensive work.
Yeah. Again, decent reply from Martinez.
That's better from Wiggins. What next? Can he start to build the combinations again?
Just looking for the gaps under the elbows, isn't he, Wiggins? Getting through with the odd shot. And they'll be the ones that could make Martinez unravel a little bit, those body shots. So he's picking his shots well here, Wiggins.
It's a handy enough piece of matchmaking, this, Richie, isn't it? Remembering fourth pro fight for Wiggins. There's enough in the opponent to remind Wiggins that you need to look sharp. You won't just have it all handed to you.
Yeah, spot on, Paul. At this stage, it's a very good bit of matchmaking. That was a quality shot downstairs. He's found the target. Again, setting it up behind the jab. Sensible boxing. That lead hand, scoring, then whipping one downstairs.
Richie, you picked on it very early on tonight. Martinez's movement was really awful in that first round.
Yeah.
Now look at him. He's a half a step ahead. He's claimed the centre of the ring. He's cutting off the angle for Wiggins. time and again, and making Wiggins think about his work.
Yeah, well, I think mentally he's got to grips with the contest, hasn't he? And he's accepting what's in front of him. He probably believes that he can take the shots. So it's a different look to Martinez. He's still being outboxed, but there's a defiant look about him, Paul.
Martinez, dogged Darwin Martinez from those steamy nights in Managua when he was starting out. And here we are on a steamy Mersey evening.
Yeah.
In this great setting, the Olympia, and a fairly intriguing fight developing.
Yeah, cracking venue, isn't it, the Olympia? Oh, so many great fights here and it's great occasions. It's a lovely old theatre. So yes, it's a pleasure to be here. I always love coming to Liverpool. A lot of friends here. Great fighting city. And the Olympia is one of those classic great venues, isn't it? So it's a pleasure to be here, Paul.
And it is one of the purple patches in the entire history of boxing in Liverpool. Those three tremendous stables. The Everton Red Triangle, the Salisbury of renown, the Four Corners, producing so many talented young boxers. Be a bit cuter. Good call from the corner, from behind Curtis Wiggins. And when he does do that, Richie, just pauses for a little moment to set himself. He's got too many angles and too many shots, hasn't he?
Yeah. Better quality work from Wiggins now. And that's actually Derry Matthews in his corner giving him the instructions. He was a quality fighter himself, Derry.
Yes, he was.
And he's turning out to be a very good trainer indeed. So he's in good company and he's boxing well here. He's just upped the tempo again a little bit here, Wiggins.
Tonight is David Mulholland on this one. Thinking back through some of the great Mersey fight nights, Rich. Not just about the star names, but the local rivalries very often captivated the public here in Liverpool. And Tony Mulholland against Jamie McKeever was one fight, first one particularly,
wow, yeah.
I will never, ever forget.
Quality, yeah.
British title level.
Well, in this round, Paul, you know, he's wound up the corner a little bit here. Martinez has wound up Wiggins' corner. He actually hit Wiggins with a low shot, but it was on the blind side of the referee. And there's a bit of kidology going on there. And I think Martinez was literally saying to the corner, just calm down a little bit. He's been gesturing to Wiggins' corner. But it was a low blow, but it was on the blind side of the referee, and he didn't see it.
And he knew what he was doing as well.
Yeah, clever. Again, and an opponent, Paul, you can't afford to get complacent against. You can be winning the round, 2 minutes 30, 40 seconds of the round, but this guy is a bit wild and rugged, and he throws shots from all different angles. And oh look, see again, it's all mind games,
yeah.
But he is decent and he is dangerous. That's the thing.
It wasn't an impersonator of Darwin Martinez in there in that first round, was it? Because this is the real version, isn't it, now?
Absolutely. Totally different contest now, and totally different boxer in front of him.
And Wiggins with a long stare in the direction of Martinez, as if to say, "You made of proper stuff, aren't you?"
Well, Paul, it's a decent workout for Wiggins, isn't it? This is only his fourth contest. He's in against someone who's delivering and coming back with shots like that. who's trying to get into his mind. It's a real good experience for Wiggins. You know, it's contests like this that you learn from.
Ten seconds, corners. Seconds out. Round 5.
2 to go. A lot of the shots that Martinez throw are, quotes, lazy jabs from unorthodox angles, big unorthodox hooks, but time and time again it looks like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, better boxing from Wiggins here.
A bit more orthodox, Richie.
Yeah, quality in his work, you see. Hitting the target, maintaining that gap, not falling in. So it's quality boxing, that is. The best shot of this round was actually a straight jab. It was a peach of a punch.
This is my point, Richie.
Yeah.
And to me, I'm looking at a fighter here, and I'm going to call him young again, given his career profile, not just the age. And I'm saying to myself, Richie, this is a boxer who needs to believe in his own capabilities a little bit more. To me, a little bit of self-doubt crept in at the first sign of trouble.
Yeah, okay, that's a fair comment. Here, though, he's certainly got back on track.
This is more like it.
Yeah, he's listened to his corner, and what he's done well here, he's made things very simple and easy for himself.
Exactly.
He's maintained the gap, and he's accurate with his work. That's a belting shot from him. And the problems you get when you're boxing people like Martinez is when you get dragged in. You know, Martinez has tried a few mind games, but what he wants to do is wants you to lose your temper, wants you to stand toe-to-toe with him, and then he's in with a chance of landing a couple of shots.
Exactly.
He hates this type of work where you're boxing at distance, you're boxing his head off. Literally in this round, Wiggins has done really, really well, but he's made it so simple for himself, and that's what he's got to be concentrating on. Gary Matthews in that corner will be really pleased with this round because he's made it look easy, he's made it simple, and he's just boxed behind his jab, and he's done much better work without really getting involved.
And with no signs of frustration.
Exactly.
Even that jab, Rich, straight from the shoulder, it's as simple a shot as a man can throw.
Yeah, simple punch. Hitting the target, maintain the gap, and then your opponent's trying to throw shots like that from distance. He's too far out, you see, and that's because of that jab. That jab is maintaining that gap, and that's why it's so important in this situation, most definitely.
There's quite a lot of blood around the nose of Curtis Wiggins. In fact, it's come spraying out the ring in our direction on a few occasions in this round, and any sign of anything like that, and Martinez will be lifted again, of course.
Yeah. So he's just showing you that he's still in there, he's still dangerous. That's why it's still so important to get behind your boxing and make your things simple.
But that was a very good round indeed from Curtis Wiggins' perspective. Absolute absence of panic in the Wiggins corner. I mentioned the bloodied nose, but there's no drama there. A bit more animated now in the Martinez corner with 1 to go.
Well, they're trying to lift their box, aren't they? Because it was a very disciplined display in that last round from Wiggins, and Martinez's corner will be telling him you've got to drag him in. This
10 seconds, corners.
So let's, try and take him out. You've got one chance there. You've got 1 round.
Seconds out
to get him out of there. That's what they'll be saying.
For the 6th and final round.
Glad you said that before the bell for this 6th round, Richie, because when Martinez has won, mainly it has been by stoppage. So that is just a little reminder to Curtis Wiggins. As well as he did in round 5, while he's in there, Martinez can still be dangerous.
About being disciplined now and just seeing the contest out. working well behind that jab. And concentrate on mainly straight punches rather than bent arm work, because that's when, if it's bent arm, you see, if there's hooks involved, you're close enough then to be hit yourself. So if you're boxing at range and you're accurate with the jab, there's the foot movement, which is good. And you shouldn't really, you're not taking any risks then, you see, Paul. Because this guy, I think, is still fairly dangerous. But what he wants a toe-to-toe battle. That's what he wants.
Wiggins in the main in this round as well is keeping it straight, keeping it disciplined, keeping himself nice and tidy defensively. In fact, they say, as I mouth the words in the corner, keep it nice and tidy.
Yeah, nice and tidy. Just simple boxing. Not taking any risks.
Just that sense, however, that Martinez still sees a possibility of doing something rather spectacular here.
There you go, lovely work there with the jab. And again, simple jab. And you're maintaining the gap. And then it's difficult for Martinez to land those wild shots, you see, because you're just keeping him on the end of it and you're keeping him off balance with that straight jab.
The treble shuffle employed there by Martinez. Nobody was really distracted over much. Looks like he's minded to land one big right hand before we finish this, Wiggins.
Oh, lovely boxing. Just in and out with the feet.
Side to side. Just needs to keep the tempo up. Moves away from the ropes into the centre of the ring again. That's nice.
Yeah, it is nice. He's just breaking the opponent down with just simple boxing, simple shots. The lead hand, not taking any risks. Again, discipline is what it's about, and about management, round management, should I say.
Darwin Martinez has been a handful to so many, so often, even in defeat here in the UK over many a year. Curtis Wiggins found that out for himself tonight. Wiggins made a great start. Martinez so slow in getting going tonight. It wasn't true, but he did pick up. He proved his usual nuisance in there. Wiggins had a few problems to solve, but to me, Rich, he seemed to solve them pretty well. What would you say?
Absolutely, and this is only his fourth contest, so that was a good display against a tough man, a dangerous guy. He's learned from it, got 6 quality rounds under his belt, and the last couple of rounds there, he just showed that he can listen to his corner. He was disciplined, he's seen the contest out, and he boxed sensible, and that's what it's about. He's got the job done, and I think that's a good display from Curtis Wiggins.
He's Liverpool based though, Kurt, isn't he?
The referee David Mulholland has handed over his card for inspection. The expectation is that we will hear the winner is the home fighter, Curtis Wiggins. And now I think we're ready to get the verdict from Mark Burdis.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scores the contest 59 points to 56. The winner in the blue corner from Liverpool, Curtis Wiggins. And please a round of applause for Darwin Martinez.
They're not really bothering with the applause for Martinez, are they? They're just happy that the Liverpool prospect Curtis Wiggins has prevailed in style against a man who can be a nuisance to anybody. Darwin Martinez from Nicaragua, translated perhaps into Dennis the Menace in local parlance here, but well done to Curtis Wiggins. He stayed cool when he had to. He remembered what a good boxer he is, and he worked his way to victory, coming through one or two little tests, Richie, that may well stand to him in the long run.
Yes, absolutely. It was a good display, I think, overall for him. And over the 6 rounds, had a good workout. And the last couple of rounds, he just showed his discipline, listened to his corner. I thought that was a good performance.
On what's been a cracking show so far here tonight from the Olympia in Liverpool, Warren Boxing Management, Dave Nelson, the local Liverpool promoter, Trinity Entertainment, and Block 1 with Stephen Vaughan also putting this show together tonight. And we're only getting into the real heart of it now. On to contest number 5.
Kurt Wiggins, professional win number 3 here in Liverpool. Break down your performance.
Yeah, he was a tough cookie. I knew early on I had to stay behind the jab. He had a nice tight guard, so I was just trying to break him down with my jab, and the rest of it was coming off that. Box Nation know what to expect when I'm on. If your call's anything to go by, it was another good night.
Experienced, durable opponent in there as well.
Yeah. And that's what I want. I want to step up. I want proper fights. I want something that gets me going in training. You know, when you know you're up against it, you're not cutting corners. You can't cut corners because it shows.
Home city as well. How proud are you to be fighting on Box Nation in Liverpool?
I just want to thank everyone for coming out to support me. They don't know how much it means to me that they spend the hard-earned money and the time, the limited time, to come and watch me do what I love to do. So thanks very much.
What's next for you?
Anyone who's ahead of me in the rankings.
Kurt Wiggins, congratulations. 3rd professional win here in Liverpool tonight, live on Box Nation.
Well done, boys. How was that 59-56?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Buenos Aires, Argentina, Ezequiel Nicolas Alvarena.
Now, this is a really intriguing welterweight match. It's scheduled for 4 rounds. There's 1 or 2 cases of split loyalties, if I could put it like that, surrounding this fight, which we'll explain as we go. Ezequiel Nicolas Alvarena of Argentina, hailing from Buenos Aires. Came to the UK in February, I believe.
And please welcome from Liverpool, Lucas Besuano.
The 21-year-old Lucas Besuano. Could this young man be the latest hot prospect from Liverpool? The 2024 ABA Elite Champion, part of a stellar lineup of talent at the Everton Ride Triangle Gym.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up this evening is a 4 3-minute rounds contest in the welterweight division. In the red corner, having his 45th contest this evening, weighing in at 10 stone, 8 pounds, 2 ounces, and tonight he wears the blue shorts with red trim. Please welcome from Buenos Aires, Argentina, Ezequiel Nicolas Alvarena. And across the ring in the blue corner, unbeaten with 2 wins from 2, weighing in 10 stone, 7 pounds, and tonight he wears the black and pink shorts. Please welcome from Liverpool, Lucas Besuano. Your referee in charge is Andy Kremner, who will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
You both know the rules. Keep it clean, watch the heads, and obey my commands. Touch gloves.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 3-minute rounds.
Round 1.
From the breeding ground of champions that has been, a steady stream, and right from the get-go here, Lucas Besuano all over Ezekiel Alvarena, he's not looking to hang around tonight, this young man, Richie, 21 years of age, only his third fight.
No, he's not, but he also got caught himself there. He rushed in a little bit too fast, and Bizwana got caught with a shot. It was a right hand over the top from Alvarena, who himself seemed to be recovering from a shot probably high on the head. So yes, Bizwana, you know, he's not very experienced and just rushed in a little bit and got caught with a punch. But nevertheless, fireworks from both boxers early on here.
And now, almost a restart to this one. Lucas Bizwana has learned his lesson from the look of it, Richie.
Yeah, he just slowed down a little bit, and like I say, he may have just been a little bit too over-eager and walked onto a shot, and it certainly made him think. And now he's boxing better. Alvarena, total switch hitter, isn't he? Keeps going from orthodox to southpaw. That's probably making things a little bit awkward for Bizwana.
What is consistent is the pattern of results. Lost 13 of the last 14, one draw. Came to the UK having finally broken free of what is a rough, tough club circuit in Argentina. Was stopped on his UK debut in Bolton in February of this year by Bobby Faulkner. And he's had a little trip to Belgium since. Lost over 4 rounds to Abdel Nanja Matapit. In fact, being stopped regularly in recent times. 4 of the last 9 defeats. And I wonder whether Lucas Bizwana had a little look at the record and said, I can do it faster than anybody.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not sure Paul Stevenson, his esteemed trainer, will be entirely pleased about that. Anyway,
he started off quite well, and I think he just landed a shot high on the head of Alvarena. But now the contest has settled down a little bit. But he's fairly awkward, isn't he, this Argentinian boxer? He's switching from orthodox to southpaw, and that's probably just confusing Bizwana just slightly here.
He's a bag of wily old tricks, is Alvarena. Now, they call these fights learning fights for a reason. In little flashes, Lucas Bizwana has looked classy, and that is his profile overall going back to his amateur days. What would your message be, Richie, right now?
Well, message would just be to calm down a little bit and just get the jab going, work the jab. His opponents obviously keep switching stances from orthodox to southpaw, which is confusing Bizwana a little bit and just throwing him off the scent a little bit. So he's just got to keep working with the jab and just closing the gap down, be nice and calm, and then you'll find that this type of opponent will make his own mistakes by rushing forward here and there, and you'll bring him onto shots.
Bizwana won the 2024 Elite ABA title in Derby against Ellis Panther. In the preceding rounds, victories over Jack Ross in the semi-final the day after he got the better of James Gardner in the quarters. They were actually held in Barnsley a couple of weeks before the finals. Turned pro here in Liverpool. It was the Echo Arena against Jacob Oskowski. Followed up against Ezekiel Gregores. So there is a certain method to the way they're giving him an education as a pro, Richie, with fighters from foreign shores, and that is because he's been fighting the best in his age group in the UK for the last 5 years. That's smart, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And on this occasion here, this opponent's fairly awkward, isn't he? He's always going away from you, which can be can be quite difficult to pin him down with the shot. Keep switching stances. I think the punch that he's got to bring into place, probably his right uppercut actually, Paul. Bizwana's right uppercut, set it up behind the jab, and then see that shot there missed the target. He was trying like a right hook across the target, where he needs just to bring it up a little bit. This guy crouches down a lot and leaves himself open, I think, here and there. So, like I say, there was an opportunity perfect where he could just sit back and whip that, and again, right uppercut through the middle would do the job there.
Sometimes it only takes one, Richie, doesn't it? Just get it, even if it's not a knockout blow as such, but if you actually deliver a good uppercut like that, it changes the mind of the opponent completely.
Absolutely, and he keeps, like I say, launching forward occasionally. He leaves himself open, Alvarena. Who's experienced, isn't he? And he's fairly cagey and clever at avoiding punches.
And now the switch again.
Yeah.
Does he need to manoeuvre a bit more around the side at times, Richie?
Yeah, maybe, Paul. Yeah, you might
Bizwana.
be right, yeah. He could be doing that and going at different angles.
Doesn't seem to be as natural.
Yeah. But again,
game plan, does it?
he's neglecting his jab again here. He's got to use your lead hand, even against the southpaw, literally as a measuring tool then, to measure the distance. Because sometimes the jab is ineffective against the southpaw as a scoring blow, but it measures the gap to set up the right hand, and it's important that you give him an obstacle in front of him with that jab.
He's a whisperer in the corner, is Paul Stevenson, but a fount of knowledge. He's having a great run as a trainer from the Everton Red Triangle, one of the three real elite gyms in this city, booming with quality fighters. And it's all very measured and a bit more animated in the other corner here.
Well, I mean, basically for
Corner, change
it's a
happen.
survival mission, isn't it? He's on that outside all the time and looking occasionally to land maybe a right hand over the top to catch his opponent
Round
off
three.
guard. But like I say, when the opponent's constantly moving away from you, it can be difficult to nail him with a shot. And that's when you have to be patient.
I was just about to say that, Rich.
You've got to be patient and using your lead hand and just let your boxing flow, and eventually it'll come. Don't rush it.
It's almost as though tonight Paul Stevenson and the crew from the Everton Red Triangle will be just saying to Bizwana, don't do anything silly, win it, and we'll take the tape away.
There you go.
And there's weeks of learning and just watching it back, the little detail.
Don't try and knock him out, just get behind your boxing, work your style out, push him back, going at different angles and put your boxing together. This is better boxing now from him.
Richie, just on the uppercut, when a fighter is stooping as low, below his own waist level on occasion, and actually at times marginal that he should be called for it, in my view, can he be excused for not throwing the uppercut when the opponent is dropping that low?
The disappointing thing for me, Paul, is when a boxer doesn't see it himself. I can see it, you can see it, his corner can probably see it, but when he's in the ring, he's not. He might not be seeing it, which that for me is disappointing, because he should be able to work that out, see that opportunity and whip that shot through and have the confidence to throw it. Don't throw it as he's moving away from you, because you won't hit him. You've got to bring him onto it, and as he crouches down, bring him onto the shot then. This is better now from Bizwana.
That's one of the better passages we've seen from him.
Yeah, this is better now. This is quality boxing. He's maintaining that gap now, and his work's much more accurate. That's it, just touch him with the jab. That's what he's got to do. it was in the
I was going to say, Richie.
And again.
A little hint of the uppercut now.
That's it.
And again.
Yeah.
He's not getting out of that corner. Alvarena.
Yeah, more difficult for him now, Paul.
No free pass in this round. And always the hope that one of these shots is going to make a big difference. And he's got a track record of being vulnerable, Alvarena, and this is an outstanding attack. Sustained. The longer it went, the better it got. Normally it's the other way round, but that turned into a really good finish from Lucas Biswana.
Great display of sustained pressure and going through the gears, and he did find the quality shots in the end. The uppercuts came through, they certainly made a difference. He got his opponent in the corner and he finished him off really well. The impressive thing was there is that he recognised the situation, he upped the tempo there, he went through the gears, and then he caught his opponent with some better quality punches and sustained it and wouldn't let him off the hook. Good finish, good display. Overall, yes, pretty decent there from Biswana. The kid is quality, no doubt.
A really valuable learning fight at this very early stage in his career, but what we have learned again is that the stats don't lie, because I mentioned that more and more often Alvarenga's actually getting stopped when he's getting defeated, and so that's now 5 in the last 10.
Yeah, excellent work here. He just keeps the pressure going, doesn't he? And the referee had seen enough. It was the right call from the referee, most certainly. But yeah, I think, like you said, Paul, those uppercuts, he didn't have anywhere to go, you see. He was just bringing him onto the shot. They certainly made a difference. Good display overall.
So let's get the verdict now, the official verdict.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 2 minutes 33 seconds of the third round, the contest has been stopped. The winner by TKO from Liverpool, Lucas Biswana. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ezequiel Nicolas Alvarenga.
We've seen little glimpses tonight of Lucas Biswana's potential. I think he's going to fill out the Urich. He's only 21 years of age.
Yeah, it's in great condition. And yes, he will fill out, no doubt.
And that is a first stoppage victory. I don't think to Paul Stevenson that alone will mean a great deal at this stage. It's about the work and the quality of the work.
Yeah, again, both.
I say again, in terms of learning the game against an opponent from a different part of the world with a different history and a different agenda, absolutely invaluable this evening here. Another likely lad from Liverpool waiting to speak to Ollie Bessel.
Lucas Biswana, third professional win, first professional stoppage. Break it down.
Yeah, it was good. I knew that the knockouts would come eventually. It was just about learning in this pro game, definitely. And like you've seen today, just going to keep getting better. Little mistake at the start, but learning on the job.
You look very happy. First professional stoppage in your home city, live on Box Nation. Must feel good.
Does feel good. I think it was good. Yeah.
Obviously a top talent. What's next for you?
Just keep beating whoever gets put in front of me. My team, Paul Stevenson, Anthony, they all know what they're doing, so just listen to them.
I know it's early in your career, but is there anyone in your sights?
Nah, no one, to be honest. If they want it, they can have it, but just beat whoever's in front of me. I know I'm the best, so just got to keep showing it. Don't like all the talking that they all do on the Instagram.
Lucas Biswana, third professional win, first professional stoppage, live on Box Nation. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Colchester, Essex, Ryan Frost.
When we say we're brisk and running through the card, we mean it here tonight on Box Nation, live on YouTube. Welterweight now. It's a match made at 10 stone, 10 pounds in fact. 4-3s, Ryan Frost has made the trip up from Colchester.
And please welcome into the ring from Liverpool, Molyneux!
In our last fight, we featured yet another hot prospect from the Everton Red Triangle. Now it's the turn of the Solly, the Salisbury Amateur Boxing Club, to stake a claim here tonight for prominence. Louis Molyneux. 5 straight wins as a pro. All distance fights. Last outing was over 6 rounds, in fact.
Next up this evening is a 4 3-minute rounds contest in the welterweight division. Fighting out of the red corner with 2 wins and 7 losses, weighing in 10 stone, 10 pounds, 6 ounces, and tonight he wears the gold shorts. Please welcome from Colchester, Essex, Ryan Frost. And across the ring in the blue corner with an unbeaten record of 5 wins, weighing in 10 stone, 10 pounds, 6 ounces, and tonight he wears the grey shorts. Please welcome from Liverpool, Merseyside, Louis Molyneux. Your referee in charge is Mr. Andy Kremner, now giving his final instructions.
Both know the rules, keep it clean and obey my commands, touch gloves.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 3-minute rounds.
Seconds out, round 1.
Southpaw Ryan Frost, can he be the one to put in a dent onto the record of Louis Molyneux, looking for a 6th straight win in the grey trunks. Not like that.
2, 3.
Frost to me
4,
looks all right, more embarrassed
5,
than anything else, but
6,
that is a dream start here
7,
for Molyneux.
Cracking
8.
shot, cracking left hook there for Molyneux. And Frost himself, he looked to be okay up to then, trying to land some shots, but it was that left hook, wasn't it? Round the right hand of Frost, and again almost lands. He found the target, belting shot from Molyneux.
The thought does occur, Richie, when you're up against a kid, a prospect who hasn't stopped anybody in the first 5, you say to yourself, even subconsciously, he can't punch, I'll have a little bit of a dart here early on. Big mistake by Frost. You can all punch, can't you?
Well, the thing is here, Paul, what Frost is trying to do, or what he tried to do from the opening bell, was just move off to his right and away from the right hand, but he's walked onto a terrific left hook, and he hasn't seen that one coming. And you can see now Molyneux is trying to set up that left hook again, and probably the left hook is the more dangerous shot to throw against the southpaw. The southpaw can see the right hand coming, it's in his line of vision, but the left hook, it whips in from the side, and it's certainly honed in on the target there. It was a cracking punch.
Frost knows a bit better now.
Oh, there's a cut though. Molyneux's cut on his right side.
He is, Richie, actually, and it looks to be in a little bit of a troublesome spot on the eyelid. The blood is running down the side rather than into the eye, but this is an unscripted moment in this contest, and the cutsmen are already prepared to get to work. It's not running profusely, I have to say that as well. And also Molyneux, to his credit, is not showing any sign of panic, although he'll know he's cut. The cornerman give me the wink here, he thinks he's got it measured up already.
Yeah. A couple of good dangerous left hooks again there for Molyneux. He's setting up his right hand, but after he's thrown that right hand, he's coming back with that shot, that left hook, and that's what's troubling Frost, who's got a fairly decent guard. He's keeping his hands nice and high, but that left hook's got through a couple of times, Paul.
Your uncanny ability to beat me to the punch, inside and outside the ring, strikes again, because I was about to say to you there, Rich, for a man who's only won 2 of 9, he looks a half-decent operator, Ryan Frost.
I think he's been well schooled. decent guard. He just walked onto the odd shot with that left hook. And himself now, Molyneux just turning to southpaw. Decent round for Molyneux.
Well, a very eventful round one way and another. Frost came blazing out the corner like he was going to be the man to cause the big upset here in Liverpool tonight. Molyneux settled down, boxed really well. Frost went down, and now a cut for Molyneux. That's a lot for one round, isn't it?
It is indeed. It was a terrific left hook. Let's have a look at it here. What a shot that was. Short, chopping punch. Looking from this angle. Bang! There it was there. Very early on in the round. Belting shot. And Frost knew when he'd made the mistake. But then from then on in, Molyneux, I thought, landed some couple of good left hooks as well. Then he gets cut, so that's made it interesting. But it's a definite 10-8 round for him.
10 seconds, corners! Seconds out! Round 2.
Right, well, that's a little moment of concern that the ref did think that the eye needed to be checked out by the doctor. He's past that.
Well, that'll give confidence to Frost most certainly, but again, same problem. Just walking on as he's coming forward. Again, a little left hook for Molyneux, almost found the target. So I think Frost has got to watch his direction of movement here. When he's moving off to his right, then he risks walking onto that left hook. The majority of his work's got to go to his left, and away from that shot. But then you got the problem, obviously, of the right hand for Molyneux. So yes, problems for Frost most definitely. And he doesn't want to be throwing shots like that. So the mistake he's made there, Frost, throws the backhand, but his back leg come round, and then he almost comes square on. He's missing the target with the left hand, you see, and the left leg then follows through, and then he becomes square, and that's when you can walk on to a big shot. So he got away with it there, but he doesn't want to be making too many of those mistakes.
Touches down, body shot.
2, 3,
now,
4.
Delayed reaction might
5,
be a problem here for Frost.
6, 7.
At 8,
8.
he decides that he's okay and gets up.
Molyneux should just jump on him here, because the body language wasn't too good from Frost. He took a body shot. That will still be hurting. The body shots, they don't go away. The pain stays with you. So it's up to Molyneux now to make some room and really try and get to Frost.
In flashes, Molyneux looks precisely that, a flashy and very effective, spiteful puncher. For a young man who hasn't stopped anybody, but this is tailor-made to get that first stoppage victory at the moment, it seems.
Well, Frost's feet are all over the place, Paul. There you go. Look, see how he just switched stances there by throwing that left hand that misses the target and brings the left leg through. Then all of a sudden he becomes an orthodox boxer. Good body shots
it was
again,
Richie, yes. And again. And maybe a third one there as well. Frost looks ready to go, and he does go. And another's a great stoppage again, that. Frost may well complain, but it was one-way traffic, and he nods at Molyneux. He knows. The referee has spared him, in a sense, for another day. And Molyneux gets the stoppage victory, and that is a very eye-catching win. Pardon the awful pun, given the eye damage he sustained. But he didn't show the pressure. The cornerman did do a great job. We might get a drink out of that, incidentally, later. And Molyneux wins for the 6th time as a pro. And he's all action, isn't he?
Good performance by Molyneux there, but a good performance by the referee, because the referee actually saved Frost from probably a couple of more hard shots there. You could see his heart wasn't really in it, and I thought the referee jumping in there saving him was absolutely spot on. So well done, referee. But yes, Molyneux there, that left hook of his has been the danger shot all night, body and head, by the way. He landed the better quality shot. The referee jumps in. You can see that the boxer Frost was in trouble. His heart wasn't really there. No real complaints, was there? Good performance from Molyneux.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 2 minutes 35 seconds of the second round, the contest has been stopped. The winner by TKO from Liverpool, Lewis Molyneux.
Packed a lot
And a
into
round
that
of
tonight.
applause for the gallant Ryan Frost.
Ryan Frost certainly started like he meant to cause the upset. Lewis Molyneux, I'm told, was very close to a stoppage victory last time out. Tonight, for the first time, pro win number 6, and it is inside the distance. And moreover, it was the way he demolished his man which really stands to him in the long run. Paul Edwards, the coach. Edwards, a real Salisbury amateur boxing club stalwart. And he steered Molyneux through the very successful amateur career before he turned professional.
I think, Paul, if you look at Ryan Frost, he's only been stopped once, so that's a pretty impressive performance from Molyneux. He seemed to have his number right from the word go. The left hook especially, that gave him the confidence, but also then the right hand and a couple of the body shots that went in. I think that's a good display for Molyneux, good win.
So it's another very talented young man coming out of Liverpool, although in his particular case, I'm told that in certain circles, Richie, he's what's known as a wolf or a woolly back, which means he's actually from the Wirral.
Lewis Molyneux, professional win number 6, but most importantly, professional stoppage number 1 for you. Break it down.
Fucking, yeah, just took my time, listened to Eddie, listened to instructions, and yeah, just got him out of there. Felt great, to be honest, yeah, felt good.
When you went in there tonight, were you planning on the stoppage? Is that what you were going for?
No, I always am, obviously, we're boxers, so we always are looking for it, but I weren't like pushing for it, but Eddie said take your time, so I did, and it come.
Big crowd in here for you tonight, a very, very local boy. What does it mean to have this support in your home city?
Fucking, it means the world to me, like, obviously on my socials I'm always fucking, I'm praising every single one of them, every single person who buys a ticket. Highly appreciate it, and fucking, sorry for the language, my sponsors, we say obviously everyone who's put their hard earned work, money into me basically. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, honestly.
So, professional win number 6, what's next for you?
Keep getting at it, keep staying in the gym, keep busy, I want titles. Yeah, super light. I want titles, area titles. Yeah.
Lewis Molyneux, professional win number 6 tonight here in Liverpool. Congratulations.
Please welcome into the ring from Bulgaria, Konstantin Alexandrov. And please welcome from Liverpool, Sean Arkrite. gentlemen, our next bout this evening is 6 3-minute rounds international contest in the middleweight division. Fighting out of the red corner, having his 89th contest this evening, weighing in 11 stone, 10 pounds 8 ounces, and tonight he wears the black shorts. Please welcome from Bulgaria, Konstantin Alexandrov. And across the ring in the blue corner, with 7 wins and a single loss, weighing in 11 stone, 11 pounds, 6 ounces. And tonight he wears the white shorts with black trim. Please welcome from Liverpool, Merseyside, Sion Arkrite. Your referee is David Mulholland. Now give his final instructions.
Don't know the rules. Watch the heads in close, watch the low blows, protect yourselves at all times. Most of all, obey my commands at all times. Touch gloves, have a good fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
Round 1.
It all seemed to be going so smoothly for the southpaw Sean Arkwright. 7 wins in a row. But I'm afraid he is now on the rebound. His last outing didn't quite go so well. April of this year, Jose Ramon Montes blocked his path in the WBC Grand Prix, the tournament based in Riyadh. He reached a round of 32, but that's where the road ended in Riyadh. 6 round points defeat. And now for Konstantin Alexandrov, back here in his home city of Liverpool. He's from the Everton district, and for reasons unknown to me, the Bulgarian Richie Alexandrov is actually nicknamed the Russian. That is, even though he was born, raised and indeed still lives in Bulgaria, but wherever he's gone he tends to go home a loser.
Yeah, he's a tough guy as well, isn't he, Alexandrov? Was it something like that? I looked at his record. It's 49th contest in the UK.
Yeah.
And he's only ever won 1, I think, hasn't he, Paul?
Yeah. Overall, 72
UK,
defeats in 88.
Yeah. He's only won 1 over here. So, yes, he tends to get beat, but nevertheless, we've got a job to do. And Arkwright, you know, he's going about it in the right way. It'll be interesting to see if he comes back from a defeat. He'll want a positive display here. Against, and if Alexandrov keeps just tucking up the way he is, then it's hard to get through. So he's just got to be patient and, like I say, work that jab, work in that lead hand and look for them openings. That was a bit of quality on the inside there from him, so that's better.
There aren't many suggestions that he is a real puncher, though, Arkwright. This is the night to put the stoppage on the board for sure, get that off his back, so to speak, so that people like me don't keep referring to it. But he's doing it in the methodical fashion that's required here, Richie, early on, isn't he?
Yeah, that's quality, some quality work there. And again,
catches him again.
Yeah, that lead sort of uppercut comes screw shot. It's a belting punch. There's the little feint with that front foot, trying to draw the lead of his opponent, who, yes, who's sort of gone into a normal role of being on the receiving end. But like I said, Paul, you can't get complacent. You've got a job to do, and you've got to be professional. And if you're going to outbox him, then outbox him, and he will make his own mistakes coming forward. If he gets frustrated that he's getting caught with too many punches, he may just walk onto one as he comes forward.
Did the required job as the opponent last time out here. Second appearance in a row at the Olympia for Alexandrov, beaten in 6 rounds by Hakeem Parker. That was a shutout. One in the bank for Arkwright. No, under no pressure, he's entitled to look good, and he did look good, didn't he, Richard?
Yeah, he did. Some nice little glimpses there, flashes of what he can do. Well-timed punches there, just moving in with the backhand, and then finishing off then with that little screw shot on the inside as well. So yeah, a bit of quality from him there, and he's got to keep his standards really nice and high, and just outbox his opponent. One thing my dad always used to say to me as my coach, never come
Corner,
down to your
10 seconds.
opponent's standards, set your own standards, set your tempo, and if he wants to trade with you and get you into bent arm work, try to like my straight shot.
Round two.
Just say, just keep outboxing him with your quality work. Don't come down to his level. It's important.
We're going to remember Stephen Vaughan Sr. later on the show this evening. But a lovely little memoir of your own father there, Richie. Certainly the Arkrite clan are here in force, supporting their boy.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed up to now with Arkrite. I think he's got some real nice skills, skillful boxer. What he's got to learn to do now is probably go through the gears a little bit more now. So he's totally outboxing his opponent, so he's just got to step it up a level, and maybe that's better, you see. Start throwing 2s, 3s, and maybe possibly some 2, 3, 4 punch combinations. But at the moment, he's controlling things very well.
Down the rope he goes, Alexandrov. It's not going to be hard to catch up with him there, and he does catch up with him with the left hand on the button. And again, eye-catching work from Arkrite halfway through this second round.
Yeah, good work from him. And like I say, if you're outboxing your opponent with single shots, then when you start to go through the gears and you put 3s and 4s together, then you're asking the question to the referee, you see. If there's nothing coming back, then the referee's got a decision to make. And very often, if there's nothing coming back, he'll step in. But the single shots, although they're hitting the target, you're totally outboxing him, he's not going to step in then. But he may do when there's a cluster of punches and there's nothing coming back from the opponent.
Well, it's a while since he threw a shot in anger in this fight, Alexandrov. And he's starting to eat more and more leather.
Yeah, quality work.
He's got no answers here just at the moment, unless it's a very cunning plan, very well disguised by the so-called Russian. I don't think we can count on that, Richie.
No, he's looking just for the odd single right hand over the top, but at the moment he's too far out, you see. And what Arkrite's got to keep doing is just maintaining that gap so he can see that right hand coming. If he falls in with his work, if he misses the target and falls in, then the opportunity for Alexandrov may be there to land the right hand. But at the moment, he's controlling the distance very well, Arkrite, with no real problems.
So 2 rounds in, a little bit of a showcase for Sean Arkrite so far, and what we can say with certainty is when he's got the time and the space and there's not much coming back, he knows how to put combinations together. This is very much the case of the boy on the card from Everton, as I mentioned, as you can see. You never quite know which way to turn in this city, of course, do you, blue or red?
Yeah,
best to say now.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Well, good work here from Arkrite. And that was a lovely little move. He just went around his opponent there. So obviously in his last contest he got beat, Paul, so he wants a bit of a confidence booster here, I think, and he's certainly boxing well up to this stage anyway.
Corners, 10 seconds.
I will add that I took a little stroll down to the new spectacular Everton Stadium, Richie, in the sunshine this morning.
Is it nice?
Wow, it's got the wow factor, no question. As much as everybody will miss Goodison Park.
Well, being a West Brom fan, Paul, I don't think I'll see it for quite a while yet. But I do hope and dream.
Your season hasn't even started. So as before, Arkrite calling the tempo, calling the shots, the combos flowing freely. He's looking like a smooth operator here.
See, not a lot coming back from Alexandrov. So maybe the plan maybe to try and get him to throw it, to open up a little bit. And he's got to keep listening to his corner. That's what he's got to keep doing. Just popping that jab into his opponent's face like that. That might just get a reaction. He might just try and come back with a counter, and that's when he's going to be open, you see, for a bigger punch.
Might also be part of a bigger plan tonight, of course, Richie. You know, we do not know how much his confidence was hit when he really tried to make a mark internationally. Ambitious move, wasn't it, to become part of that WBC Grand Prix? You never know what you're going to end up meeting. So if Montez turned out to be a very capable fighter, and if he's been beaten and beaten well, which is speculation on my part, but he did lose the fight, then after a winning run of 7, you go and you try it in a higher class, you lose. We don't know what effect that can have on a young man.
No, we don't. That's why I think it's very important. It's a confidence booster tonight, this opponent in front of him, and up to now he's doing things well. If he can get a stoppage here, then that would be really good for him, I think, mentally. More than physically, to be quite honest.
He's a 12-year veteran professional now, Konstantin Alexandrov.
Yeah, he's a tough boy, isn't he? There's no doubt. Experienced. Been here many times before. Like I say, the single shots he seems to be able to handle. Let's go through them gears. Let's put the combinations together. Let's pose the question to the referee. Do you want to see any more of this record? There's nothing coming back here.
Still looks okay on those legs of his.
Yeah, that was a better shot. Nice little short right hook on the inside there.
Warm applause for Arkrite.
I mean, he's a fit guy, isn't he, Alexandrov? Just standing, refuses to sit down. Little mouse that's appearing, I think, below one of his eyes, just high on his cheek. Also, so he's sustained a little bit of damage in there. But let's see if Arkrite can go through them gears and get this stoppage, because that is the challenge now for him. He's won every round. To get a stoppage would be a key victory for him, I think.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out. Round 4.
No need for Arkrite to rush this. We're only at the halfway point.
Good little left uppercut on the inside there, Paul, just earlier. If you can just get Alexandrov just to come forward onto that. There it is again. And that could be a telling shot indeed. Nice little reply there from Alexandrov, just reminded Arkrite.
Alexandrov exchanging one or two pleasantries through his guard, as if to say, is that all you've got?
Nothing coming back from Alexandrov at all. Again, because his feet are far too slow in the orthodox southpaw situation. But that rear hand of his just has to travel a little bit further to the target, Paul, you see, and that's why he's having trouble, because he's not sensing to throw it because he's just too far out most of the time. And that's because of the distance control from Arkrite. Or with that lead hand. There you go, that's a nice look on the inside again from Arkrite.
Let's see if he can put one or two doubts into the mind of Alexandrov.
and doubts in the mind of the referee, Paul. That's the important thing.
Yes. I don't think we're in that territory just yet, Richie. And that's a smile which rather... Well, it does two things, actually, because we see the gum shield, which is definitely Bulgarian colours, number one. And number two, that smile tells me that Alexandrov is sending a message to the referee. I'm happy to keep going like this. But while we were complimenting one or two of the professional spoilers in the away corner here tonight earlier, and their importance in the bigger scheme of things in pro boxing, I can't say the same about Alexandrov.
No,
with every possible respect to him as a human being, he's a moving punch bag, really.
Yeah, there's nothing coming back at all now. I mean, there's literally 30, 40 seconds of him not throwing a shot, just soaking it all up.
So my question really, with also every respect to the referee, Richie, is there a point when it's going on like this round after round where it's really incumbent upon the referee to say, stop the action, Mr. Alexandrov, you have to work more?
Yeah,
what do you think?
So. You've got a good point, Paul, but I suppose he's keeping the referee happy with the occasional single shot, and it literally is a single shot in 30 or 40 seconds, which isn't enough for me.
Yeah, but the crowd here know what they're watching, because they know boxing. And it's no reflection at all on Arkrite, who's playing his part in this show reasonably well, as we can see again here.
Yeah, he put some good work together here, some good work on the inside, little uppercuts and hooks to the body. He worked well. I think the only thing I would say now, Paul, with there being so little coming back from the opponent, Arkwright has got to realise that, he's got to sense that, and maybe he's got to up the game here a little bit. Go to them gears. You can see he's fit enough to do it, and really then put his opponent under a lot more pressure with sustained attacks, because there's nothing coming back from Alexandrov at all, and there's not a lot of danger there, I don't think, from Alexandrov. So, you know, it would be a calculated risk, but I think it would be a risk worth taking.
Second out.
Up the work rate here, Arkwright.
Round 5.
The score is 4-0 to Sean Arkwright, without a blemish, without so much as a threat so far from Konstantin Alexandrov. Everyone is a scoring shot from Arkwright's point of view.
Yeah, it is indeed.
If not a damaging shot.
So nothing's coming back again from Alexandrov. He had a single shot there. But 2 or 3 attacks like that, and the referee may think, well, there's nothing coming back. This contest, and he could step in there. And I don't think he could argue with that. He's got to put it together now, Arkwright.
Mentality of this Bulgarian a little bit different to one or two of the South Americans that we've seen on the card tonight. Maybe also cast in the role of appointed loser against one of the prospects, but there's a way of doing it, and they demonstrated how you can be a bag of tricks, throw an occasional shot which is going to make the opponent think, present all kinds of problems. This is not the case with Alexandrov.
No, it's not the case, because there's no sense of danger from him at all, that he's going to bring one out the blue. He hasn't shown us that at all through the contest, so it's up to Arkwright really to step on the gas, whereas the other opponents that we've seen earlier on, the South American lads, all of them were dangerous. They were losing most of the rounds, but there was something about them that they could bring a shot from somewhere. That's a little bit better. That was a good body shot. Now he's hurt, Alexandrov here,
and he backs away.
Yeah, he senses it as well.
Yeah. Mulholland, the referee, takes a closer look. Let's see what a spell of pressure here from Arkwright might bring. Keep his shin down. Quite right to remind him about that in their home corner. Don't take it for granted.
Should be testing him again downstairs, Paul, because he hasn't shown signs of any weakness for the headshots, but there definitely he was effective from that hook to the body. So we need probably to see a couple more of those downstairs. And again, work with the jab to take his attention off the shot that's going to follow, which will be that right up downstairs.
Some more good work from Arkrite. The same old from Alexandrov.
So final round coming up, and we've seen the odd sign. There was the shot there, that little right hook to the body. You just seen his legs just buckle just momentarily. He felt it. It was a shot that hurt him. And Arkrite finished the round pretty strongly, didn't he? This is the last round now. If he could get a stoppage, then yeah, this would be a good display, because he's won every round as a canter, to be quite honest.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out for the 6th and the final round.
At the moment, it potentially shapes to be the easiest win for Sean Arkrite so far, and maybe in years to come he'll remember it as the easiest win in his entire career.
Like we said at the start, Paul, you know, he lost his last contest. This might be serving a purpose to get his confidence back against someone who's been really, really easy to hit. Not a lot coming back. He's just stubborn and tough, but there's not a lot of danger, or there's not a threat from Alexandrov at all.
I think for his own good, at least, Richie, he should show us a bit more in this round, don't you? He's not doing his own marketability much good either. I think he's showing a bit more willing here, do you, in this last round?
Yeah.
At least so far.
Yeah, so far he is, yeah.
At least he's stepping off the rope. Certainly not been the case that the plan is to somehow outlast Arkrite. Nice quick hands from Arkrite.
This is what we spoke about, Paul, about going through the gears and putting more pressure on the opponent, throwing more combinations, up in the tempo, and that's what he's doing now. He's got to keep this on, got to keep this going.
One really accurate shot, and we might have an exciting conclusion to this fight. That wasn't bad.
Yeah, finding his range now is Arkrite. Just got to maintain that gap.
Push on to the finish, they say to him in his corner, the Arkrite corner.
That was lovely. Straight left hand and then a right screw shot.
The Arkrite fan club are keeping him at it right to the end.
Yeah, he's up the tempo here, most certainly, Arkrite, and he's having a much better round. Alexandrov, of course, he won't want to be stopped. He's probably got his next contest booked up next week, I should imagine. Or very soon anyway, so he'll want to avoid a stoppage, but now Arkrite going for it a little bit more.
All over, pretty much, says the clapper. The crowd will applaud. The arm will be raised. Arkrite has done it. He's at least moved on from the defeat in Riyadh. Easiest home win of the night, I should say, so far on this card here in Liverpool. Konstantin Alexandrov was never in the argument, never put up an argument. And so Sean Arkrite will hope to move swiftly on to better things and obviously more testing opponents.
The fight has served a purpose, I think, Paul, and that's more mentally than physically, I would have thought. He got beaten his last contest, and he wanted to get back to winning ways. and he's had an easy touch tonight, really, to be quite honest, but it served his purpose, and he's back on to winning ways. He is a good kid, he's very classy, got some lovely skills, and it's going to get harder for him, but he's back to winning ways, and that's probably the main thing.
We don't really need to hear it from Art Burdis, but the convention dictates. We will find out what the scores were.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scores the contest 60 points to 54. The winner in the blue corner from Liverpool, Sean Arkrite. And please a round of applause for Konstantin Alexandrov.
Again, I'm not trying to be impertinent, but that's as close as Alexandrov got to Arkrite all night long. A little word in his ear afterwards. So well done to Sean Arkrite. We'll accentuate the positives. He's still a very young man. He's got a very good record so far, and potentially anything remains possible for him.
Yeah, over there. For an interview.
And now he's going to make his way over into the neutral corner where Ollie Bessel is going to lead with a few questions.
Sean Arkwright, professional win, number 8 for you. Loud crowd in here for you as well. Break it down for us.
It's brilliant. It's the same every time I box at home. Can't thank everyone enough for coming and making noise.
Comfortable night's work for you in there tonight?
Yeah, just a tough fella. I think my hands are a bit sore off his head, to be honest. So where I was trying to go through the gears a little bit, he was sore. But thought I nearly had him a couple of times, and young on, he was tough, clever.
And a proud night for you tonight with Box Nation coming to Liverpool.
Yeah, brilliant. So I've been watching boxing on since I was a kid, so to be boxing in here on that platform, can't thank everyone enough.
And what's next for you?
Hopefully in Malta in September, and then big fight in here at the end of the year. Hopefully get a title.
Sean Arkwright looking for titles. Congratulations. Big win for you in Liverpool tonight.
Please welcome into the ring from Doncaster, by way of Latvia, Kristaps Zulgis.
Staying in the middleweight division. Absolutely on the money on the scales yesterday, the 33-year-old Kristaps Zulgis. 11-6.
And from Lancaster, please welcome Walter Fury.
There are a couple of intriguing family stories still to unfold here tonight in Liverpool, and the name across the chest tells you the story. Walter Fury from the famous fighting clan. A bit of flash about Walter. Very unexposed as a pro. It's only his 4th fight. He can be explosive.
Our next bout this evening is a 4 3-minute rounds contest in the middleweight division. Fighting out of the red corner with over 70 contests to his name, weighing in 11 stone, 6 pounds. Tonight he wears the white and blue shorts. Please welcome from Doncaster, by way of Latvia, Kristaps Zulgis. And moving across into the blue corner, unbeaten with 3 wins, weighing in 11 stone, 7 pounds, 8 ounces. And tonight he wears the claret shorts. Please welcome from Lancaster, Walter Fury. Your referee is Andy Kremno. Now give his final instructions.
You both know the rules. Keep it clean, watch the heads, and obey my commands. Touch gloves.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 3-minute rounds.
Seconds out. Round 1.
There's a bit of a flash around Walter Fury when he gets going. Can be fiery, can be fast. Grabs the centre of the ring. Here against Kristaps Zulgis. And Fury, after turning pro in Belfast in June of last year, 24, with a 4-round points win over Vasif Mamadov, has followed up against Dale Arrowsmith over 4-round distance in the Echo Arena, as was in Liverpool here. And Joe Hardy over in Manchester with another 4-round points win. The referee on that occasion, incidentally, Mark Lyson, did give Hardy a share of 1 round, but that is about as much as Fury has actually dropped so far in terms of rounds, Richie, so far in his career. But I think he believes himself to be capable of even more, and inside the distance we shall see tonight.
Yeah, I've seen him in one of his opening contests. He's fairly decent, Fury, Walter Fury. Got some nice moves about him. He's got a fair amount of skill, to be quite honest. So yeah, one of the Furies, obviously the famous Fury family, and he is a natural boxer, as they all are, aren't they? There's something about all the Furies.
And the natural fighting men in that sense as well, Richie. But exactly. Like you, I was impressed. I thought that there is definitely something that could be just a little bit special about him.
Yeah, he's got some decent skills. Walter Fury started his career off well, 3-0 now. You know, not the youngest, obviously, at 28, but then again, you know, boxers go on a lot longer these days, Paul, and 28 isn't really that old.
Well, we all know examples as well of guys who actually are boxing and boxing away and boxing behind closed doors in real testing environments, but they just don't go and get a license until they're in their mid to late 20s. It's the unorthodox route, but it has worked for some.
Yes. Fury's got to watch what he's doing here, though, Paul. His jab isn't that accurate at the moment, and his left hand's very, very low, and his opponent, Zulgis,
catches him and drops him.
2, 3,
almost
4,
a straight left.
5, 6, 7.
Richie, you called it before it happened.
Yeah, just his hands are a little bit too low, and he gets caught with the shot there. Good punch from Zulgis.
So what an encouragement. We haven't had an upset here tonight so far, but wake-up call for Walter Fury. Hands up, they're telling him in the corner.
And that's gives Zulgis now the confidence, hasn't it? Coming forward, trying to find Fury with another big shot over the top.
So remember, everybody, please, this is the 4-round distance, and when you drop your man in the first round, that gives you a healthy lead, doesn't it, Richie?
Yeah, it's a 10-8 round for Zulgis, isn't it, at the end of the day? But yeah, we were just talking about that low lead hand, and the guard wasn't too good. He gets caught with a punch that puts him down.
Richie, you saw it. Backer Hall saw it. Walter Fury didn't see it. Yeah, that's the problem.
Sort of left hand and whipped it round the side, didn't he? There it was there. I was actually talking about the low lead hand of his, but his guard in general wasn't that good, was it? It's pretty poor, and he's paid the penalty there.
And I'm afraid there are 1 or 2 members of the Fury fan club who are, and again, they know they're boxing, they're worried, and I'm just watching them.
10 seconds, guys.
They know what can transpire from here. They're trying to get their message out to Walter
Seconds
Fury.
out. Round 2.
Right, so he comes out the corner with his hands up. What next, Richie?
Well, that's what he's got to do there. Keep those hands nice and high. Try and keep the punches straight. And try and maintain the gap between himself and his opponent. His problem is that when he throws a shot, if he misses the target, then his opponent there has got the confidence of whipping the shot over the top and catching him coming forward. What's important for Fury, Paul, with his jab, he's got to hit the target. If he misses, he falls in, closes the gap, and that's when Zulgis may land another one. So he's got to be more accurate with his lead hand and generally keep the guard up a lot higher.
And the problem in career terms is that compared to whatever he was doing, perhaps behind closed doors or working with stable mates, learning the game that way, without a professional licence, here we are in the famous Liverpool Olympia, There's a lot of people watching the show and a lot of people forming a judgment under the strict rules of the professional code, and there's no hiding place, Richie.
No, there isn't. There isn't indeed. And Zulgis now, he's just soaking the shots up that he's throwing, Fury, and he's just looking for that one again over the top.
That
and
was it, wasn't it?
Too far away again.
Zulgis has won 9 times in 71 before tonight. 5 of them stoppage. Not out the question for me that could become 6 the way this is transpiring tonight.
Yeah, it's could be a bit of an upset here, but I'm just looking in the corner of Zulgis. There's 2 brothers in the corner, Nick and Colin Manners, and they were great fighters when I was boxing back in the 90s. Nick Manners, of course, fought Joe Calzaghe.
Yeah.
And Colin Manners was a very good middleweight, both from Leeds, and they've obviously done a bit of work with this Zulgis.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're wearing matching T-shirts commemorating Hagler Hearns.
Yeah.
It's not quite Hagler Hearns, but it's that kind of an approach tonight. Nothing ventured, nothing gained from Zulgis, and it's going his way.
Yeah, it is, I think. I think Fury is getting back into it. He's throwing more shots, but there's not really a lot hitting the target.
He's flustered as well, though, isn't he, Richie? Understandably so.
Not quite right. And as I say, just the inaccuracies there with that lead hand. He's got to hit the target with it.
May I add that I do quite like the look of this referee tonight here, Andy Kremner. He's made a couple of really good calls. Here comes Fury, last 10 seconds of round 2. Zulgis sharp on his pins, away. Full of confidence. The so-called away fighter's corner, nearer to us as we look here. Fury slumps on the stool, far side, left of screen. Somebody's got to find the right words, Richie.
Yes, he needs a good round, doesn't he? I thought that round was a lot closer, though, Paul, to be quite honest. I thought Fury, the volume was coming from Fury. More dangerous shots are definitely from Zulgis. So it's fairly close, isn't it? Let's get it right, and we're halfway. And there's Nick Manners giving him the water, Colin Manners giving him the instructions. So he's in good company, Mr. Zulgis.
10 seconds, corners!
Does Zulgis believe in himself, in his ability to win? That becomes the next thing in the mental battle here.
Well, that's right, Paul, and it's a great point because he's so used to losing. He's lost 53, remember. He's only won 9 and lost 53 and drawn 3. So he's got that losing mentality, really. So Colin and Nick Manners, they've done a great job, haven't they, with him, because they can get him to believe that he can win again. And certainly he had the perfect start in this fight. And again, he's dangerous with that right hand over the top. So Fury again making the same mistakes. That's a bit better with that lead hand, but got to get it back to the on guard position. That's the important thing. The guard has got to be a little bit higher. There you go.
There's a lot of attempted left jabs thrown from the waist there, which really didn't account to anything. This is the moment, surely, Richie, in this fight, that he's got to be seen to be getting on top of his man, Walter Fury. I don't think it's happening, personally.
There's a lot of punches that are thrown that aren't hitting the target from both boxers, to be quite honest. There's an example there, and again, so the shots are going out. 3 or 4 shots from Fury, but not one really landed.
Don't let him set his feet. That's what they're telling Walter Fury from his corner, but he is setting his feet, Zulgis. He's getting behind the jab to a degree.
One thing Fury's got to watch here, he's throwing that left hand and just drifting around to his left. And that means he could walk onto the right hand. He's got to watch his movement here. Occasionally he's got to move more off to his right and away from that right hand over the top.
A bit more accuracy late in this round. Bits and pieces though, isn't it?
Yeah.
A piecemeal performance from Walter Fury. Little flashy moments, as I said at the top, he can be flashy, can be eye-catching, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough here, Richie. A better finish to this round, I think, from Walter Fury. Zulgis is starting to follow his man around a bit.
Yeah, I think there, you see there he was not too far away from that right hand, but that's the threat, you see, of when you throw the jab and then drift off to your left with that low lead hand of yours, then you could walk onto that right hand. That wasn't too far away.
Walter Fury knows he's in deep at the moment. Still at a very early stage in his pro career, but Richie Woodall called it from the get-go tonight on this one. He's come out very confident, perhaps a shade over-confident, Walter Fury. And has he walked into a trap tonight against Kristaps Zulgis?
Well, I think he's slowly clawed his way back into it, though, Paul. In that last round, he sort of he outworked his opponent, but there wasn't a lot that was actually hitting the target from both boxers, to be quite honest. What I think is essential here is he needs a big last round, Fury. He's got to dominate in this round to have any
10 seconds, Connors!
Okay, so to be clear for our viewers on Box Nation YouTube
Seconds
channel
out
tonight,
for the fourth and
you think he was
final
8-10 down after the first round and may have won 10-9, 10-9?
Yeah, he may have
in which
done.
case we're level.
Yeah, well, you know, at the end of the day, Paul, it was a 10-8 round, the first round for Zulgis. No question. Has Fury clawed his way back? Yes, I think he has. I think he's generally outworked Zulgis, but not a lot's been hitting the target. So the volume's been there, but the accuracy and the quality hasn't been there.
When I said near the top of this, he can bring a little bit of excitement and intrigue, I didn't quite envisage this kind of a story unfolding in only his fourth pro fight. But he is where he is, and he's going to prove, well, A, prove me wrong, and B, he's going to prove it to a lot of people that he's got the nous to work his way out of a tight corner if he does win this.
The 4 or 5 good jabs there from Fury, just answered by one single shot from Zulgis, but it was a nice left up that hit Fury high on the head.
One or two little signs that maybe Zulgis is finding the pace a little bit hotter now.
He's looking for that one single shot, isn't he? There it was again there, you see. So Fury, see there it is, he's too far out there. Fury's got the volume with the jab.
Going for the glory a little bit, Zulgis, isn't he? Fury is seeing most of these coming. Of course, it only takes the one you don't see.
Yeah. In these situations, you've got to keep for Fury, got to keep the punches straight, but they've got to be accurate. They've got to hit the target. That maintains the gap, gives the opponent less chance to land that shot over the top.
It's not in the Hagler-Hearns class, quite obviously. Let's be clear about that. But given the reference to it in the corner, this is all on who dares to go forward and really do some damage and destruction in his closing minute. Fury closes the range. In most cases tonight, the quotes prospect quotes has risen to the occasion here at the Olympia. It's getting pretty late for Walter Fury to produce a very spectacular finish. The question will therefore be, has his work rate got him out of trouble? Neither man looks entirely delighted with their efforts, I'll be quite clear about that. I suppose a draw's not out of the question, Richie, either.
No, it wouldn't be. Again, Fury there probably outworked his opponent in terms of the volume. But from both boxers, it was a case of inaccuracy, not a lot hitting the target. You're waiting for Zulgis to land that one shot. It certainly didn't come in that round. Maybe one good left hook got through. But Fury overall probably looks the more disappointed.
I was about to say the same, Richie, yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't gone his way really, even if he scrapes over the line here.
Yeah, I think he looked into his own corner and said, "Do you think I got it?" And all the eyes went down, as if to say, no, we didn't get it. We might be wrong.
Yeah, we might be. But overall, it hasn't been a good performance from him. He'll know that, and he'll know that he can box better. But he's had to claw himself back from a nightmare start. And all credit to his opponent, to be quite honest. He hasn't read the script and landed that good shot. And then it was an uphill task, wasn't it, for Fury? But let's see if he's turned it around.
This is going to be the most interesting scorecard of the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scores the contest 38 points to 37. The winner in the red corner from Doncaster by way of Latvia, Kristaps Zulgis.
Zulgis claims the victory.
And a round of applause for the brave and gallant Walter Fury.
Their own cornermen were right. Fury did not get it. He could not turn it around in deep after going over in the first round in a sprint distance 4-rounder. Better moments at times beyond that, but Zulgis was not to be moved. They're having a word in the ring, and it's the kind of mentality for the Furies. Look at that. He's saying to him, "Thank you very much, you've taught me a real lesson here tonight." And in one sentence, I think that is the true reading of it.
A lot of respect, wasn't there, from Fury there? And I think he realised himself that he just fell short after a nightmare start, and there was no real arguments from the corner. And a lot of that victory probably go down to not only a good performance from Zulgis, but that corner there, Colin and McMillan, take a bow, because he was certainly meant to win tonight, wasn't he? Let's get it right. But they've done something with this lad who's had 53 defeats from memory, only 9 victories, but they've got him back to winning ways. Yeah, fair play. What a team effort that was.
Guys, it wasn't Hagler Hearns, but it's a great victory for the team, the Manners boys, and for Kristaps Zulgis, most certainly. And that's a shock defeat for a talented fighter with a lot to learn. Walter Fury beaten here tonight in Liverpool.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Granada, Spain, Jose Antonio Fernandez. And please welcome from Morecambe, Lancashire, Leighton Birchill!
So, we have mentioned the family connections on the show already. And although the Fighting Furies have had a little bit of a setback here tonight, now we hand it over to the brothers Birchill. They hail from Morecambe, Fury country, of course. This is the 18-year-old Leighton Birchill at featherweight. A really excellent amateur. He won 74 of 79, GP Junior champion. He twice won titles at the renowned Haringey Box Cup in 2023 and 24. Turned pro in March of this year, with a 2-round stoppage of Laszlo Bernat at the Echo Arena.
Our penultimate bout this evening is a 4 3-minute rounds contest in the featherweight division. Fighting out of the red corner with the 2 losses, weighing in 9 stone 6 ounces, and tonight he wears the black and gold shorts. Please welcome from Granada, Spain, Jose Antonio Fernandez. And across the ring in the blue corner with 1 win from 1 by way of knockout, weighing in 9 stone 3 pounds, and tonight he wears the black and pink shorts. Please welcome from Morecambe, Lancashire, Leighton Birchill. Your referee is Jamie Kirkpatrick, who will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
Okay, boys, you both know the rules. Keep the punches up, watch your heads on the inside, obey my commands at all times, defend yourselves at all times. Touch gloves, good luck to you both.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 3-minute rounds.
Round 1.
So just the possibility of a new boxing dynasty from Morecambe beginning to form around the brothers Birchill. Here's Leighton Birchill, 18 years of age. He turned pro earlier this year on the same bill as his brother William, all watched by brother Nelson. Nelson has been a pro since 2023. Walter's actually the eldest in terms of age at 24.
Well, I'll tell you what, Paul, he's a class act, he is. He's Birchill. He's hurt his opponent 2 or 3 times already downstairs to the body. A couple of good uppercuts as well have gone in to the head, and yeah, he does look a class act indeed. It's the body shots that are taking their toll. Fernandez has been hurt a couple of times already.
And in contrast to many of the opponents, in inverted commas, on this card tonight, Richie, Fernandez does not come with a wealth of experience. Only 2 professional fights, 2 defeats. Only turned pro in November 2024, actually. He's past his 30th birthday. But he might be in deep here.
Oh, yes. Quality.
I don't think this is going to last too long,
2,
you know.
3,
That's a heavy knockdown.
4, 5,
Quality
6,
shots there from Birchill.
7, 8.
Jamie Kirkpatrick looked into his eyes. Are you okay? He nods, but I don't think he's nodding inside. This is soon going to be over here.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4,
The towel has come in.
5, 6, 7, 8.
He says he wants to go on, and the referee at this moment doesn't understand that the towel has gone in. That's being indicated now, and now it is called off, and that is a rapid-fire victory for this young man, 18 years of age, Leighton Birchill. He hasn't turned a hair in going about his business here tonight. I'd just like to say, from the moment he stepped into the ring, and I've never seen him before, I saw a little bit of presence, a little bit of ring personality, and once he got going, Richie, there's a whole lot of power here. And occasionally along the road, I've been very lucky doing this job over the years, and I have seen that in special kids a few times before. It wouldn't surprise me if this young man turns out to be special.
Solid and compact, isn't he? He looks the real deal. Works well with his jab, lovely shots to the body. He looks very well schooled, and he's only 18 years of age. And you know, there's some brave cornermen in this game, Paul, but I'll tell you what, that was a good decision there from the corner, because his corner realised that their boxer was totally out of his depth, and they threw the towel in, and rightly so. But young Leighton Birchill, yes, he does look an extremely good prospect indeed. It looks like he's got it all, to be quite honest.
So a little bit of the wow factor here tonight at the Olympia in Liverpool.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 1 minute 51 seconds of the first round, your referee has accepted the towel. The winner in the blue corner from Morecambe, Lancashire, Leighton Birchill. And a round of applause for the gallant Jose Antonio Fernandez.
Well done, corner. Well done, referee. Hopefully something better up the road for Jose Antonio Fernandez, but totally outclassed by this young man. And we are in Liverpool, so 2 final points from me on that. Number 1, Liverpool's sensation of this era, Nicky Ball. It's only body language, Richie. It's only an early impression, but when I saw Nicky Ball in his early days and watched Birchill tonight, I thought same piece of potential applies to both. Long way to go, of course, but in terms of Liverpool, they're from Morecambe, but I understand all the 3 boys in the family are living in their house in Liverpool and having a great time. Mum and Dad miss them, but Mum and Dad maybe think that they could tidy up the house a bit. Anyway, that's a small piece of housekeeping by me. Let's hear from this young man now with honours.
Leighton Birchill, 2 professional fights, 2 professional wins, 2 stoppages. Break it down for us.
Yeah, we don't play. That fella had 1 hard head, my God. But yeah, never come out of second gear again. A few more performances like that and I'll start upping the levels. And when I get someone in front of me who's twitching, can do the similar as me, then you'll start to see the proper me.
So by the looks of it, you're going to find it hard to get rounds in the bank this early in your career, but you want to keep busy. What's next for you?
Busy is the aim, and keep active, as many fights as possible, and just keep knocking them over, you know. So keep knocking them over, I'm happy.
And tell us what it was like fighting on Box Nation here in Liverpool.
Yeah, it's great, you know. Great atmosphere, great venue, and co-main event, second fight, 18 years old. Dream come true, isn't it?
Leighton Birchill, congratulations. 2 wins, 2 stoppages, live on Box Nation. Well done, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? It is with great sadness to announce the passing of Stephen Vaughan Sr. Stephen was an accomplished amateur boxer who went on to be a renowned manager and promoter who produced many British, European and indeed world champions. He was a key figure in the Liverpool boxing scene, and he brought back World Championship boxing to Liverpool in the 90s. He will be sorely missed. Could you please observe boxing's 10-bell salute? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Stephen Vaughan Sr. Please welcome into the ring from Romania, Marius Mihai Dimitru.
So the concluding fight of the night here, this rapid fire 10 contest, Bill. And we're up to light heavyweight. Marius Mihai Dimitru.
And from Old Colwyn, Wales, please welcome Ryan McMillan.
showcase for the Liverpool talent, but in sporting circles in this part of the country, there's always been room for an outstanding talent from Wales. Think Kevin Ratcliffe, think Ian Rush, think Neville Southall, and many, many others. And in boxing terms, Ryan McMillan hopes to fulfil that role. He is actually 30 years of age. It's his 4th pro fight tonight. 3 wins, 2 by stoppage, and a little bit of a buzz around him. 3rd consecutive appearance here at the Olympia.
Our last bout this evening is a 6 3-minute rounds contest in the light heavyweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 1 win and 2 losses, weighing in 12 stone, 7 pounds, 6 ounces, and tonight he wears the blue shorts with white trim. Please welcome from Romania, Marius Mihai Dimitru. And crossing over into the blue corner with an unbeaten record of 3 wins, 2 by way of knockout. Please welcome, wearing the red and black shorts from Old Colwyn, Ryan McMillan. Your referee is Andy Kremno, who will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
You both know the rules. Keep it clean. Watch their heads and obey my commands. Touch gloves.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
Seconds out. Seconds out. Round 1.
It is a schedule 6, as you can see. There are hopes that Ryan McMillan won't need all 6 rounds to see off Marius Mihai Dimitru. Light heavyweight. Dimitru is doing his very best to be very careful about this in the early stages, and maybe he's right, Richie.
Well, it's plain and simple what he's got to do. He's got to obviously stay off the ropes and out the corners. He's tall, he's rangy. He's going to use his jab. And if McMillan closes the gap, then he's going to bring his own right up into play. But straight away, his ring craft is pretty poor starting off. He keeps drifting back to the ropes, and that's what McMillan's got to do. We've got to push him back and make his feet come square. And that's when he can work with a right hand over the top like that, and also he can work the body when his feet come square. So his main thing, McMillan, is ring position. He's got to get him back to the ropes and restrict that movement. There you go, Paul. See how the feet come square. As soon as they go back on the ropes, most boxers' feet will come square, and then the body then is wide open for an attack because it's fully exposed, really.
So square that he's knocked all our ring furniture all over the place right in front of us. Everybody seems to work to your script, Richie. It's amazing the way you do it with no rehearsals. I will add that the way Ryan McMillan has boxed with composure in this first round is quite eye-catching, and now he does have his man square on the rope. It's a lot of nice head movement from McMillan.
Exactly. Took the words out of my mouth, Paul. What he's got to concentrate as he's going for is moving that head, and that'll draw the lead then. He's got to draw the lead of his opponent, and it's basically counter punching on the front foot, going forward, head movement, draw the lead, make him miss, and then you can whip the shot over the top, and you can throw a pretty powerful shot. If you get him coming forward, then the power doubles up. So counter punch on the front foot, move the head as you're going forward. That's what McMillan's got to do.
It's a red-hot division, of course, in Britain at the moment, isn't it? And the road to the top end of it is going to be really hard. But I think a lot of people are going to be intrigued by this opening tonight from Ryan McMillan. To keep working. He hasn't actually heard the bell above the racket. Now he has, I think. Maybe it was a missed time bell, actually.
Yeah,
do you think it was short, Richard?
10-second clapper, was it? That was there.
Okay. Now we have a pause. Very good from McMillan, that for me.
Yeah, decent round, I thought, from McMillan. Showing a lot of confidence on that front foot. He boxed quite sensibly, going forward, thinking about defence as he's going forward. So, yeah, not too bad a display. Dimitru had a bit of a nightmare for me. His ring craft was all over the place.
You're saying that he's not fighting much?
Yeah, Dimitru, well, he's doing all the wrong things, Paul, in terms of his movements and on the outside of the ring and getting back to the ropes, and he's not utilising and maximising his height and reach. He's running. He's got to use that jab and the right uppercut better, and he's got to stay in the ring space, stay off the ropes.
Richard, just on your point about fighters slumping onto the rope and coming square, is it easy or difficult to try to train them to turn their hip? Because if they turn their hip, they're bound to be a smaller target.
Exactly, yeah. Most boxers just naturally, as they go into the ropes, come square. One of the boxers that I used to admire that wouldn't do that was Floyd Mayweather. Mayweather would box off the ropes in a normal stance, and the shoulder protecting his chin and his hip coming round, and he's, like I said, there's not many that do that. Haven't got the ability or the instinct to do that. Paul. They always come square.
Right hand's a solid one. McMillan starting his second round in the same high gear.
See, that's the problem. Look, that's a typical example. Look how square he is. So he's fully wide open. It's really bad ring craft, that is, Paul. Conceding the height and reach and giving your opponent the full target to aim at.
He's wearing, I'm not going to call it the cross of St Andrew, but the colours of the blue and white, and there's a little suggestion of a St Andrew's cross, you know what I mean, don't you? And it calls to mind what our dear old friend Jim Watt used to say all the time. He's throwing "don't hit me" punches. One of Jim's great phrases. That's Dimitru I'm referring to here, of course. Different story the other way, and now he's stopped in his tracks, and McMillan goes for it.
Excellent attack there from McMillan, went through the gears. Dimitru again made the mistake of staying on the ropes, and McMillan seized that opportunity.
McMillan sees this as an easy night's work. He's making it look an easy night's work.
Well, there's no respect for him, you see. He's not respecting the opponent at all, because he knows he's taking the shots from Dimitru and he really feels that he can't be hurt, so he's confident coming forward. And again, it's bad ring craft from Dimitru on those ropes. There you go, that's better from Dimitru, and I think his corner is shouting at the same time. That's what they want him to do, box from the centre, use that uppercut, and he's boxing well now. That's better from him.
Right, shaken up, but now looking a better version of himself. Catches hit with the uppercut.
Great shot.
Was. And at last, a little slowdown in the Ryan McMillan steam engine.
Best shot of the round so far, that was that right uppercut from Dimitru. What a belting punch.
He was almost off balance when he threw it as well, Richie, wasn't he?
Wasn't expected from McMillan.
So the penny may have dropped. We saw it with Darwin Martinez earlier tonight, didn't we? All shaken up early on, but he made a job and a half out of it. He's happy to have a little sit down there. He knows that the clapper has gone. He's about to go to his corner again, Dimitru. But he has woken up, and he's just given McMillan a little taste of opposition at last. The bell's about to go here. So 9/10 of that. Same story as the first round. McMillan dancing, moving, well on top, landing all the meaningful shots, and then a reminder late in the round.
Yeah, I didn't think Dimitru did enough to win the round, but it was a better round from him, most certainly. He woke up towards the end of it. Here we're seeing McMillan just piling on the pressure.
Should he have gone underneath a little bit there, Richie?
Yeah, maybe so, but he gets caught here, you see McMillan there, and there's that uppercut. That was the best shot of the round. Yeah. That's a belting punch. So he ended the round well, Dimitru, and he got a bit of confidence in that last minute or so.
From somewhere.
Yeah.
We know not where.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll be interesting to see how he starts this. But I still didn't think he did enough to win the round, Paul. I thought it was McMillan's round.
10 seconds, corners.
Certainly an
Seconds
exciting
out.
concluding fight here tonight at the
Round
Liverpool
3.
Olympia. McMillan keen to get it going again. How much belief will have been imbued in Dimitru by what he did achieve late in that second round? He's boxing with him now, Richie, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing okay. Where he's going wrong, Paul, he has a nice little burst, and all of a sudden he goes back on the outside as if he wants a little rest, and that's when McMillan's obviously jumping, but he's losing his ring position then, because he was holding the centre very well. All of a sudden he goes back to the corner or back on the ropes. He invites the pressure on. He shouldn't be doing that. The movement's good, but move around the opponent rather than concede and go back to the ropes. Just keep going around him, and then you're holding the centre of the ring and you can maintain your position then. See, again, better straight work from Dimitru, but then he drifts back to the ropes again.
So McMillan just considering the battle plan before he engages again. We've not seen that many clean shots to the body so far from McMillan.
No, we haven't. You pointed out, Paul, earlier that maybe they're the shots that he should be concentrating on. He's in against a much taller opponent, but he's headhunting all the time. He should whip him downstairs like that one there. Again, lovely little uppercut on the inside. Dimitru just stops McMillan in his tracks there.
It's a good round again, isn't it?
Yeah.
And back and forth.
It's competitive, but you always see McMillan then just having the last sort of
the last say in each salvo,
yes.
yeah. But Dimitru's playing his part now.
Yeah, he's being competitive, and he has got a bit of
dog in him, Rich.
Yeah, and a bit of his shot selection. That uppercut on the inside is catching McMillan out. He's just not quite strong enough to keep him at bay, to keep him off him, Paul.
Oh, he's still trying for that uppercut, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
You can see it, and sometimes he's able to deliver it.
That's when you got to bring your guard, what they call a cross guard, Paul, across your chest to block that shot. The great Joe Frazier used to do it. Bobbing and weaving, coming forward and then crossing the arms to stop the right uppercut.
Big finish to the round this time by McMillan. Right on the bell almost. Dimitru touches down.
6,
and he looks in a bit of trouble. The towel has come in behind Mark Kremner, the referee. They don't want to continue. Open question is whether it was within the time in that round. It was pretty close to the bell either way, but no debating. It was an excellent way to finish the round from McMillan's point of view, and he's finished the fight because of it.
Yeah, what impressed me there, Paul, at the end of that round, he went through the gears, he caught him with a good shot, and he kept it going, sustained the pressure, got him into a corner, and just kept punching away, hitting the target. He misses there, then he keeps coming, keeps following through, hurt him downstairs with that shot, and then that right uppercut was an absolute belting punch, and Dimitru then goes to the floor. Excellent sort of last 30 seconds or so.
We'll make quite a highlights reel, just the best uppercuts thrown either way in that fight. But he started like he meant business, and he's finished the job in that fashion tonight, and he looks another real prospect here.
I like the fight, Paul, because it was competitive, wasn't it? Dimitru had some nice touches about him, but overall McMillan, the confidence of him coming forward, I thought he showed great sustained pressure there, and a really good finish. Yeah, it was an exciting sort of contest, that.
Mark Burdis is just getting the official verdict from the referee, Mark Kremner.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the third round, Marius Mihai Dimitri has failed to beat the referee's count. The winner in the blue corner from Old Colwyn, Wales, Ryan the Butcher McMillan!
So McMillan makes it.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the very brave and gallant Marius Dimitru.
Dimitru, as Richie said, echoed by Mark Burdis, has played a full part in what was a fairly thrilling encounter to end the night here at the Olympia. Career story now for McMillan. 4 straight wins, 3 by stoppage, and he could be a new factor in what is a brilliant division in Great Britain. I know he's making up for lost time, but he seems to have a lot of natural ability. A very good win and a very exciting fighter he's shaped to be, judged on what we have seen in the ring here tonight. And now Ollie's up in the ring.
Ryan McMillan, your 4th professional win, 3rd professional stoppage. Break it down for us.
Firstly, I want to give all glory to God. Without him, nothing's possible. Thank you for saving my life, Lord. Secondly, North Wales, make some noise! That's what I'm saying, like, you know, I'm new to this game. I started boxing late. I'm trying hard, and I've got a unique story, and I got my whole time with me, and yeah, we're ready to throw it down with anybody. That was my 3rd opponent in the week. I said yes to everybody. I'm ready for anybody. I'm fresh. Get me on a good show. Get me on an undercard of a good promotion on a Saturday night, and I'll do a shed load of tickets. I'll knock someone out. Let's go!
You got a serious crowd in here tonight as well. I think this is a huge show here at Liverpool Olympia, live on Box Nation as well. But what does this crowd mean to you?
Oh, it means a lot to me. I was already saying the other day on my Instagram, just to get called up and offered to fight on Box Nation, it was a massive achievement for me. So to be headlining it and to get the stoppage. Now, can you imagine doing this in a sold-out stadium in North Wales for the Welsh title? Hey, let's make it happen. I'll sell it out. I'll do my bit. Let's make it happen. Let's go.
Well, let's bring in Stevie Vaughan. Can we bring Ryan McMillan to a sold-out stadium and bring this noise to one of the huge cards in the UK?
Yeah, I think that's definitely the plan. You know, get him in North Wales, get him a Welsh title fight, and you know, the sky's the limit. Obviously, he's only just teamed up with Mick now, but you know, if they carry on going the way they're going, we'll do something good.
And then a quality Box Nation show tonight. A Warren Boxing Management, Trinity Entertainment and Block 1 collaboration. It's been a great night in Liverpool. Fantastic way to end the show. But can we see more collaborations in the future?
Absolutely, that's the plan, you know, with Warren Boxing Management and with Trinity Entertainment, Box Nation. But yeah, let's get this lad to Wales, you know, that's the main focus.
Ryan McMillan, congratulations. 4 professional wins, 3 knockouts. Final word goes to you.
Yeah, I just want to say I did that for everyone who stood by me through the good times, the bad times, for my children that'll watch this one day. Hope I made you proud. Shout out to all my sponsors, but shout out to everybody, and all glory to God. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to Ryan McMillan. It's been a fantastic night of boxing here at the Liverpool Olympia. From Warren Boxing Management, from Trinity Entertainment and from Block 1. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you at the next one.